premised on human dignity. And finally, systematic conscious evolution facilitated through the Constitution for the Federation of Earth. It is these four qualities and characteristics of our vision for the future that I have reviewed in this paper that constitute the core of conscious evolution that can move us past that tipping point that we're now facing in the mid-21st century. Thank you very much for your attention to these thoughts.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for your outstanding lecture. And I know, your time, you really maintain your time, but because of we have introduced you, so that will be, for a little delay. But thank you so much, sir. Thank you really, because getting you is something, So thank you so much, sir, for being here with us. And
my pleasure.
Yes, another thing, I'm sorry because we have proposed you for the first day, and because of some, college rearrangement and all, I had to postpone your day. I extremely apologize. So,
No, not a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So without much delay, we are switching to the next speaker, who's going to be the resource person. He is Professor G.C. Nanda. He is an expert, an outstanding person. So I request Professor Dr. Pradipta Kumar to please introduce him.
Nanda sir, your mic is mute.
Oh, is it mute?
Nanda sir's mic is mute. Now it's fine. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody over there. I was really listening to Professor Glenn. Actually, sir, it's a treat to listen to you. And after having listened to you, I think I may not be able to match your class. Anyway, I am grateful to Srijukta Navkishore Das ji, President of Balurghat B.Ed College, for having given me this opportunity to initiate discussion on quality enhancement in higher education. I am grateful to you, sir, respected resource persons over there, Professor Glenn, Professor Narsimha, Professor Washev, and esteemed Principal Madam, our resource person, Dr. P.K. Misraji, and others, and learning participants of this international seminar.
Thank you, pardon, sir. Sir, we want Professor Dr. Pradipta Kumar Mishra, sir, to introduce you because we want to know more about you. Please, sir.
Okay.
Humbly, and sorry for the delay.
Okay, welcome. Please, go ahead.
No voice, madam. No voice.
It's not audible, really. Dr. Mishra is not audible.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm
No,
very
now
well.
it's okay. Now it's okay.
He has attended more than 150 seminars, workshops, conferences to his credit. He has guided more than 70 research scholars as field scholars and educated more than 200 scholars as MA in education scholars in doing their dissertation. Sir, along with these credentials, has delivered more than 70 lectures in their capacity as resource persons and who is very commendable for the development of national curriculum framework. You know, as for NEP 2020, so far the school education is concerned, teacher education is concerned, for the state of Odisha, also for the ECCE. And in his capacity, he has produced a good number of books and he has managed so many institutions in the capacity as a lecturer, assistant professor, associate professor, and professor. Before joining in Netaji Subhash University, he was retired from Ravensa University. It was his alma mater, his learning platform, his playing ground as professor of education as well as chairman council of deans. Actually, it is with my sincere request, in spite of busy schedule, sir honored this offer to be the resource person in this two-day international seminar on quality enhancement in higher education and NAC accreditation RAF. So now, sir, time is yours. Now, platform is yours. You can forward presentation and Ajit Dr. Bhaviman, the principal of the institution, will manage the technical presentation. Thank you, sir. Again, I am inducted to the organizing committee of Balurghat Great College, basically, particularly the president governing body of Dr. Ramkumar Das, who has appointed me as the principal as per the NCT because I happen to be the first principal as per the NCT approved now in Balurghat Great College. So again, I am indebted to the authority of this institution, and on the dais we are with us a very great reformer, a very social worker, educational advisor, Mr. Haripata Saha, having a very intention for expansion of education in research training and extension in Balurghat, I am taking a case, and Dr. Kalyan Pandey, who is associate professor in education here in EVET course, who is very keen in preparing the drafting of the prudent report to its proceedings of the seminar. So now, again, sir, platform is yours. Again, now you have your presentation. Thank you. Have a great day ahead for one and all. Thank you.
Should I go ahead? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. You can go ahead, please, sir.
Thank you so much. So, in the previous session, you were given a brilliant talk on quality learning, how people at the global level, they think. It starts with an inquiring mind, critical attitude of mind, a questioning mind, and then interpretative mind. Finally, integrative mind that makes a holistic individual person with a sense of self-actualization. And all these three things have to happen with a sense of creative imagination, as pointed out by Professor Glenn. So fortunately for us, all these elements have been reflected in our National Education Policy 2020. So we must know the vision envisaged in the policy vis-a-vis the vision of NAC. And what we can do at the Balurghat level to improve the quality of higher education, to improve the quality of teacher education. That is the focus of my lecture. That is my attempt. So to start with NEP 2020, it envisages that we have to deliver high quality higher education with equity and inclusion through a multidisciplinary higher education institution ensuring holistic learning. That is the vision envisaged in NEP 2020. So under this vision, so many things are covered. Like we have to have a multidisciplinary higher education with focus on teaching, research, and community engagement. That is the first thing. And you have to introspect and examine how good you are. Because as far as I know, that is a standalone teacher training institution with B.Ed program. I had the opportunity of visiting that institution long back, maybe 20, 25 years ago. And it continues as such, as a B.Ed program. And then we have faculty having autonomy, the institution having autonomy, both academic autonomy and administrative autonomy. Because ultimately, as for NEP 2020, we will have three kinds of institutions only: research intensive university, teaching intensive university, and degree granting autonomous colleges. There will be no standalone colleges, particularly teacher training institution. So in any case, we have to make it a multidisciplinary institution. Therefore, we have to plan quality education in line with national agenda. And when we are going to have an autonomous institution, we have to revamp our curricular program, our pedagogy, our assessment, and this student support system we have been offering. And we have to ensure the institutional leadership, the style of management, the leadership capacity of the principal, and an independent governing body or management. And we have to ensure both autonomy as well as accountability. Light but tight regulation, that is what NEP says. And we have to increase access. We have to give scholarship, particularly for the disadvantaged group. We have to go both online, offline. We have to allow open and distance learning. It will not be a formal institution only. It will be a combination of online and offline learning. I don't know if the infrastructure has been improved there, but infrastructure, learning materials, we have to ensure that those things are available and those things are accessible for the students. We have to have a flexible curriculum. You see, this is the most difficult thing to achieve because we have to cater to the needs of the students. We have to address the interest of the students. Whatever he wants to read, you have to offer that subject in your program in order to stay relevant in the present time. So you have to be flexible in your curriculum planning because we have to, in a multidisciplinary institution, we have to offer multidisciplinary knowledge. So accordingly, we have to think of ensuring the management system. We have to have ensure motivated, energized, and capable faculty to deliver quality education. All these things have been envisaged in NEP 2020 which indicate the quality concern expressed in national policy. Going back to vision of NAC wants to have a vision to make quality the determining element of higher education in India through a combination of self and external quality evaluation, promotion, and sustenance initiatives. That's the mission, that's the vision of NAC. So, higher education, teacher education comes under higher education. Whatever you are planning, it must be up to quality. That should be the defining element. जैसे आप बोलते हैं ना ठंडा मतलब कोका कोला हायर एजुकेशन मतलब क्वालिटी हायर एजुकेशन सो दिस क्वालिटी एजुकेशन के लिए यू हैव टू make assessment of yourself, self-assessment. You have to submit self-study report initially after filling up that institutional pro forma, institutional information for quality assessment, IIQA. Then you have to be prepared. Self-assessment, you are assessing yourself and you are also being assessed by the third party, by a peer team. They will evaluate the quality aspects. They will ensure whether you are there for promoting quality or not, whether you are in a position to sustain the quality you have already ensured. एक बार टॉप को जाना तो पॉसिबल है, but maintaining that position is very difficult. रोहित शर्मा टॉप को चला गया लेकिन अभी मेंटेन नहीं कर पा रहा है. आजकल आईपीएल चल रहा है, देखिए he is not able to maintain that. Sustaining the quality is very, very important. And some core values have been highlighted in the NAC document. They want to contribute to national development, same with national policy, national education policy. They want to promote, foster global competencies among students. Because the world is a global community. It has become a global village. And we have to produce world-class citizens. We cannot be confined to India only. Whatever happens in India, it affects whatever happens in America, and whatever happens in America, it also affects us in India. Global competencies, so that our students can compete at the international level. And we have to inculcate a value system. Ethics will be taught. UGC has already developed a course and circulated, which is to be taught. So value system, again, it will be in line with our own indigenous value system. Upanishad, Gita, all these things. Because that is lost. We have not been explaining it to our counterparts abroad. As a result of which, our things, Vedanta, Gita, that could not be established, although it has been preserved in the UNESCO as the oldest document, that is Rig Veda. Our students do not know all these things. So we have to promote indigenous values. We have to use technology, ICT. That is a must if you want to be a quality institution and if you want to be accredited by NAC as a quality institution. And there must be a search for excellence. Quality is a journey. It's not a distinction. It's not a destination, I mean to say. So you are always improving yourself. There is nothing called perfection. There is only attempt to achieve perfection. No institution is perfect. One thing I liked very much when he says something. I have noted it. Nothing is self-evident. That is something important. Self-evident. Whatever you are doing, you have documented it. You have you can show it. You can make it visible. If that is happening, we will believe you. Otherwise, you will अपना ढोल अपने बजाओगे तो हम accept नहीं करने वाले हैं दास जी. So these are the core values, 5 core values, based on which all the indicators, all the parameters, all the criteria have been developed, and we have to ensure that. So that is something how quality concept has been envisaged in NEP 2020, how quality has been envisaged by the mission of the NAC. Then, what is basically the quality? Our students are happy, then we are offering them quality higher education. Who is the NAC dekhega? Are they happy? So one of the characteristics of quality is that the students get more than whatever they have expected. It exceeds their expectation. They are delighted to pursue education in Balurghat. अगर ये सच है तो हम क्वालिटी एजुकेशन दे रहे हैं, नहीं तो नहीं. ये तो बात नाक आपको पूछेगा, स्टूडेंट सेटिस्फेक्शन सर्वे करेगा, वो डायरेक्टली स्टूडेंट से बात करेगा. ऑनलाइन आप इंफॉर्मेशन दे दोगे, इतने बच्चों है, वो रैंडमली सिलेक्ट करके बच्चों के साथ ऑनलाइन बात करेंगे. कैसे लग रहा है? खुश हो? जितना एक्सपेक्ट करते थे इतना मिला? अगर कोई बच्चा कहे तो नहीं ज्यादा मिला, that means Nabu is successful in his mission. ये सोच के चलिए, आपके बच्चों को खुश होना चाहिए. एंड दूसरी बात है, ये जो कॉन्सेप्ट है ना, एक बड़ा स्लिपरी कॉन्सेप्ट है. वो एक फिक्स्ड कॉन्सेप्ट नहीं है, इट इज चेंजिंग concept, relative concept. So it keeps on changing as per the demand of the, जैसे NAC अपना क्राइटेरिया चेंज कर दिया with reference to NEP 2020. ऐसे आपकी जो कंसेप्ट ऑफ क्वालिटी है, इसको भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा. वो फिक्स्ड एंटिटी नहीं है. It is an evolving concept. It is a process of evolution, rightly said by Professor Glenn. So this is something evolving. So this evolving, इसका कोई टाइम लिमिट नहीं है. And तीसरी बात है fitness of purpose. Whatever quality planning you are doing, is it in line with the vision of NEP 2020, vision of NAC, and it's all right. Fitness of purpose. हमारा पर्पस है ऐसे स्टूडेंट्स हम प्रोड्यूस करेंगे जो सेल्फ एक्चुअलाइजेशन लेवल पे हो जाएंगे. दे रियलाइज देयर पोटेंशियल, दे हैव ए सोशल कमिटमेंट, सोशल ऑब्लिगेशन, राइट. दे कैन inquire, they can acquire knowledge through inquiry approaches, discovery approaches. They exhibit a sense of innovation proneness. Then that is quality. It has always a brand value. If your institution offers quality learning, then you are getting students. Otherwise, automatically a time is coming, you will be phased out as an institution. तो आपको बदलना पड़ेगा. जो कर रहे हैं हम अच्छे कर रहे हैं, ठीक है, you are good. But there is always a Japanese proverb you have to remember. You have to make the good better and the better the best. तो वो लोग रिसाइड करते हैं, good, better, best. We will not take rest until the good becomes better and the better becomes the best. Search for excellence, search for quality, and side by side, equity as well as inclusiveness. ये दो चीज हमने नेग्लेक्ट करते करते आज तक आ गए. Few people that they are rising and few people they are becoming poorer and poorer. They are deprived people, marginalized people, right? So postmodernism में ये सब बातें आ जाता है. Post-liberalism में you have to facilitate their education. You have to go in line with national policy. West Bengal का थोड़ा बहुत हिस्ट्री है. वो लोग लाइन में नहीं जाते हैं. कभी कभी एनसीटी को भी चमका देते हैं. नहीं नहीं, हम 1 year एलिमेंट्री लेवल ट्रेनिंग करेंगे. कुछ साल बाद ऐसे हुआ था. इसका जो रिजल्ट आपको भुगतना पड़ा. सो हिसाब में चलेंगे. सारा देश में एक पैटर्न होगा. Within pattern you can have flexibility. That is my point. That is my submission. Next thing is government will do its work, but what can we do at the institutional level? That should be our focus. पहले देखिए, बहुत सारे बच्चों हैं जो गरीब हैं. इनका अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट जो है, आप इसको मिटिगेट कर सकते हैं. वो they give money for the family. They earn money for the family. So अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट कैसे मीट किया जाएगा, आप सोचिए. इनके लिए स्कॉलरशिप दे सकते हैं हम फॉर परसुइंग हायर एजुकेशन. फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट पर्टिकुलरली टू द डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप. एनईपी में कहा गया है पैसा की कोई कमी नहीं है. जैसे कपिल शर्मा शो में कुछ कॉमेडियन कह रहे थे, पैसा की कोई कमी नहीं है, कोई वंचित नहीं रहेगा. सो ये तो थोड़ा बहुत टॉल टॉकिंग हो गया. एंड इंक्लूजन, everybody is included. Bangladesh is nearer to you. Can you draw the attention of Bangladeshi students to get training from your institution? यही बात है. So that education can be internationalized. You have to make your admission process flexible. You have to make your curriculum flexible, particularly in the context of the college, because you see, this quality journey is contextual. जब इंटरप्रिटेशन की बात ग्लेन साहब कह रहे थे, he was saying context is important. You have to interpret things in context. So inclusive curriculum. You have to introduce integrated B.Ed program, 4 year वाला. वो 30 तक चलेगा. 2 year B.Ed, I don't know, that is the policy. 30 तक चलेगा. इसके बाद वाला आप सोचिए. You have to have a vision. You have to have a perspective plan. Inclusive curriculum. आप लिबरल कोर्स खोल दीजिए, जैसे BA, BSc खोल दीजिए. सो फायदा में रहोगे. Inclusive curriculum, and you have to increase the chances of employability of your product. They get placement after completing B.Ed. Ensure that they are getting placement. इसके लिए आपको कुछ अलग से करना पड़ेगा. जैसे prepare them for teacher eligibility test. आजकल teacher eligibility test बड़ा tough होगा. So you are free to start your degree course in your in your language, Bengali language, or you can go bilingual. इसे mindset करिए. Then building facilities particularly for the disabled group, इसको ensure करें. और जो disadvantaged group है, इनके लिए जो थोड़ा पिछड़े हुए बच्चे हैं पढ़ाई में, इनके लिए introduce bridge course. That is something it has been suggested. And counseling and mentoring program is to be started by your institution. And you have to sensitize about your program to your faculty members, to your students. You have to make them conscious of gender issues, the social category issues in our India. Fortunately for West Bengal, the social category issues is not that prominent, or gender issue is not that prominent. However, discrimination, no discrimination policy, anti-harassment rules you have to frame. You have to frame your own rules. You will have your own board of studies. You will have your own academic council when you become a degree granting autonomous college. So you have to change your rules, regulations, all these things, because you will be autonomous college. And ultimately, you have to come up with an institutional plan, institutional development plan. ये कैसे करोगे? You have to have a vision. जो ग्लेन साहब जो इमेजिनेशन की बात कर रहे थे, इसमें सारी बात है. Imagine how will be your institution after maybe 3 years, 5 years. A long-term plan, which we call a perspective plan तैयार रखिए. So vision, जैसे विजन नाक का है, जैसे विजन एनईपी 2020 में दिया गया है, इन लाइन में अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन के एक विजन बिल्डिंग एक्सरसाइज करिए. सब बैठेंगे, बच्चों, फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, गवर्निंग बॉडी मेंबर्स, कम्युनिटी मेंबर्स, नियर बाय इंस्टीट्यूशंस with which you are collaborating, सबको लेके विजन डेवलप करिए. एक विजन स्टेटमेंट छोटा सा बनाइए. इसको मिशन स्टेटमेंट में अलग अलग करिए, जिसको हम कहते हैं रूप आलेख्य. रूप कैसे होगा, फ्यूचर कैसे होगा, फिर इसके लिए काम क्या करना पड़ेगा. वो गोल हो गया, फिर आपका काम, मिशन. फिर आपको स्ट्रेटजीज, प्रोग्राम्स इसी हिसाब से डेवलप करना है. So development, if you don't have, you see that I know that you have a vision statement, you have some mission statements. Otherwise, you start developing now. Then next thing is आपकी जितना जो बड़ी है गवर्निंग बड़ी और आपकी जो है सारे, इनको थोड़ा रिवाइज करिए और जो 7 पैरामीटर है इसके ऊपर काम करिए. काम मतलब सब इंडिकेटर दिया गया है, इसको कहते हैं मैट्रिसेस. कुछ क्वांटिटी इंडिकेटर है, क्वालिटी इंडिकेटर है. ये नाक प्रोसेस ऐसे ही है. यू आर गोइंग टू इवेलुएट योरसेल्फ. सेल्फ असेसमेंट, थोड़ा बहुत पीयर असेसमेंट एक्सटर्नल. 30%, 70% मार्क आपके ऊपर डिपेंड करता है. सो जो भी आप करने जा रहे हैं आपकी आईडीपी के हिसाब से, इंस्टीट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट प्लान के हिसाब से, इसको अच्छे से डॉक्यूमेंट इट. कीप प्रूफ, एविडेंस, डॉक्यूमेंटरी एविडेंस at the time of data verification and validation. After this submission of self-study report, they will visit and they will show. You have to upload all your documents, whatever activities you say. There must be proof. For example, you have done an international seminar. You have to document it. You have to keep record of it. Right, starting from newspaper clip to other things. So ये जो NAAC क्राइटेरिया है, वो लोग क्या देखने वाले हैं, वो पर्टिकुलरली देखेंगे क्या क्या क्वालिटी इनिशिएटिव आपने लिया, कैसे क्वालिटी एनहांस करने के लिए आपकी प्लान क्या है, और जो क्वालिटी आपने अचीव किए हैं आज तक, whether you have something to sustain that quality. And here in this assessment, you see, everybody will be involved. Your faculty members, your students, your collaborators, everybody. So लोग क्या देखने वाले हैं, आपकी करिकुलर एस्पेक्ट्स, क्या कुछ करिकुलम रिवाइज हुआ है, करिकुलम एनरिचमेंट हुआ है, इज देयर एनी एकेडमिक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. ये जो एनईपी 2020 है, मुश्किल ये है, हम जब होटल में खाना खाने के लिए जाते हैं, एक मेनू कार्ड दिया जाता है, आपके हिसाब से आप खाओ. ऐसे ही एक मेनू कार्ड आपकी स्टूडेंट को आपको देना पड़ेगा आगे. वो जो मर्जी पढ़ेगा. इसके लिए आप तैयार हैं? अपने आप को पूछिए. फिर तो आपका क्वालिटी प्लानिंग सही है. यू हैव टू ऑफर एकेडमिक फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. That is something very important, curricular aspect. Then teaching, learning and evaluation. मैंने शुरू से कहा था, अगर रिवैम्प करना है, अपना टीचिंग करेंगे, रिसर्च को करेंगे, पेडागोजी को करेंगे, कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट करेंगे. So teaching, learning, evaluation में you must change your mindset. Process evaluation होगा. How? What is the process you follow? Is it an ICT enabled teaching learning situation? Then it's okay. Right? Are your students happy to attend classes? Regular classes are held or not? All these things. Teaching, learning, evaluation, online evaluation, offline evaluation, different evaluation based on project assignment, skill evaluation. 21st century skill की बात कहा गया है. Inquiry हमारा एक 21st century skill भी है. Problem solving, things like that. और अब research, innovation, extension काम क्या करते हैं? Research होता है कि नहीं होता है? What is the quality of research? What is your innovation? Are you following any innovative practices? Have you created an innovation ecosystem? And whether you are disseminating your innovation in the field, in the community, are you linked with the community? That is extension. So three things are important under criteria 3, that is research, innovation and extension. And extension, collaborate किसके साथ कर रहे हैं? Nearby schools, nearby colleges, all these things. Are you offering consultancy to the community, to other institutions because of collaboration? Then you are doing good. And then infrastructure and learning resources. आपकी वो जो टागोर वाली आम्रकुंज में पढ़ाई होगा, इसको भूल जाइए. थोड़ा बहुत फैसिलिटी आपको देना पड़ेगा आजकल. So that time was different. Tagore's time. Don't think that you will teach the children in a garden, in a naturalistic setting, and it will work. And आपकी student support system क्या है? Students progression क्या है? Where are your students? नव जी को पहले पूछेंगे, मैडम को पूछेंगे. Where are your students? हाँ, ये कर रहा है, कलेक्टर बन गया है हमारा स्टूडेंट, यहाँ पढ़ा था. ऐसे कुछ ठोस कदम उठाइए. प्लेसमेंट इनका हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, इसका रिकॉर्ड रखिए. और इन्होंने क्या क्या अचीव करते हैं, हमारा थोड़ा फॉलो अप सर्विस होना चाहिए. इसके बाद क्राइटेरिया है आपकी गवर्नेंस, लीडरशिप, मैनेजमेंट कैसा है. मैनेजमेंट थोड़ा स्टूडेंट फ्रेंडली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन होना चाहिए. लीडरशिप तगड़ा बनाइए. गवर्नेंस सिस्टम, किसी को छुट्टी दे दीजिए, वो अपना पढ़ाई करेगा, लीड लेगा, साबाटिकल दे दीजिए. ऐसे करिए और पढ़ाई के बाद इसे काम लीजिए. लाइट एंड टाइट करिए. ओनली टाइट करोगे तो बड़ा मुश्किल. फैकल्टी एम्पावरमेंट के लिए कुछ ठोस कदम उठाइए. दिस इज वन ऑफ द स्टेप्स फॉर फैकल्टी एम्पावरमेंट. एंड आपकी जो इंटरनल क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस सेल है, इसको स्ट्रेंथन करिए. Strengthen your internal quality assurance cell. If required, give some external members in your IQAC. They will give them. Independently, आपको पता नहीं लगेगा what is your coming, what is your weakness, what are the gray areas. So थोड़ा बहुत रखिए, that will help you. And think of your institutional values. You show to the world that this is Balurghat College is a unique college. It has some institutional distinctiveness, particularly for Bengal, maybe. You take up some social responsibility. You have some best practices to show. All these things are very important. They will also talk to your alumni. एक alumni association करिए. All these things will help you to get a good grade, maybe A++, A+, or something like that. And whatever good works you have done over a period of 20 years or 25 years, try to sustain those things. And have an eye on that SDG goals, as pointed out by Glenn. So that will help you to improve. Or you think at the micro level, because You are going to be an autonomous institution in future. You are going to have your program. So आपकी जितने bodies है, like management, governing body, IQAC में सही आदमी को रखिए, काम करिए, डॉक्यूमेंट करिए, आगे आपको बढ़िया ग्रेड मिलेगा. They will be happy. So basically, I have talked. I have been given half an hour. I think I have crossed that half an hour. And basically, NAC का क्वालिटी कॉन्सेप्ट क्या है, एनईपी में क्या कहा गया है, NAC के लिए इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल में हम क्या करेंगे, इसी बात के ऊपर मैंने अपना प्रेजेंटेशन रखा. थैंक यू वेरी मच अगेन फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी to have a dialogue with you and to see you all. I had once gone there and I would love to go there. This is really an honor for me. This gives me a sense of fulfillment to see all of you over there. And this has been a nice seminar. And the quality of seminar, I could not attend yesterday, but the quality of seminar is outstanding. जितना मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया प्रोफेसर ग्लेन को, मजा आ गया भाई. बहुत सारे लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस मेरा भी हुआ. इनका जो ग्लोबल लेवल में ये लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, हम इसीलिए सोच रहे हैं. लेकिन आप ग्लोबल लेवल को बाद में जाएंगे, आप लोकल लेवल में, इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल में जो काम कर सकते हैं, इसको करिए. आपकी आईक्यूएसी को स्ट्रेंथन करिए, इंस्टीट्यूशनल डेवलपमेंट प्लान, एक पर्सपेक्टिव बनाइए, इसके हिसाब से चलिए. ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर द इंस्टीट्यूशन. थैंक यू वेरी मच. अगर कोई कमेंट्स ऑब्जर्वेशन है, आई एम प्रिपेयर्ड टू एक्सेप्ट. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, from Balurghat College, and you're most welcome. Come over to the college as and when you know you can come. Is it audible, sir? Like you hearing me?
Yes, madam, audible.
Okay, thank you. It was really an enlightening speech. Yeah, time factor is there, but it is just basic reason for the delay is the introductory part. So I presume everybody are cooperating with it. But the only issue is that out of India, those those persons like it's night out there and morning here, so if we don't maintain the time, uh, the issue gets, it gets big. Well, I think regarding the question answer session, so like we will not be able to take up as of now. If in case student has or any faculty member has certain questions, we will be posting it to you, sir. Right. So before switching to the next resource person, our students would like to present a song. Please.
My darling, and the center of my life. The light shines my darling, the bars of the love. The sky opens, the rain comes by, laughter passes over.
Thank you so much. So, the next speaker for this technical session is the next speaker is Dr. Jignesh B. Patel, Associate Professor and Head IQAC, Children's University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat, India. A brief profile of Sir is all right. A brief profile of Jignesh is he is expertise in teacher education, primary education, teaching of English, ICT in education. He has a vast experience, academic involvement in various professional bodies. His involvement as an active member in International Human Rights Association. He has a number of paper presentations, textbook writer, book published, book translation work, paper published in ISSN journal. In fact, he is the editor of various journals. He has done major and minor projects, attended several workshop training and seminars. Even in IS books with the ISBN, he has published several number of papers. He is the executive editor of journals to Inspire an international e-journal where even my scholars has published. Also, Shikshan Darshan ISSN number Horizons of Holistic Education. So he is the editorial member of a number of journals. He has several number of academic achievements. He got awards as the best paper presenter in junior uh, category at the state level seminar conducted by KG College of Education, Ahmedabad, awarded the best poster presentation and best paper presentation, sponsored by state level seminar, awarded for best coordinator as the best coordinator of Scope Gujarat Government Initiative. Late Ramchandra Sampat Valerio Best Article Award from Insight Research Center, Maharashtra. So I welcome you, sir. May I request you to take over, sir, please? Sir, please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you, madam, for inviting me for this national seminar. Namaste to one and all. Good morning. Good afternoon. Respected Professor Hemlata madam, Professor G.C. Nanda sir, Professor Narsima sir, Professor Glenn Martin, Professor Wasef sir, and especially Dr. Bobby Mahanta madam, Principal of Balurghat B.Ed College, for giving me a chance to present my idea on this 2 days national seminar on quality enhancement of higher education and revised accreditation framework, RAF. So today I'm going to talk about, just 1 minute. So today I'm talking about transformation higher education system through digitalization of quality higher education. So as Professor Glenn in the morning session, and after that Professor Nanda has also advocated a number of times regarding the ICT enabled teaching learning process and uh, online evaluation, online assessment, and so many topics he has discussed in his presentation. So I would like to give some ideas regarding how we can manage the quality through digitalization of our Indian education system. And government has made tremendous effort to make the education digitalization and to reach to the remote area, or we can say that the tribal area of the of different state and continental of India. So by giving this brief introduction, I would like to say that 21st century is both higher education and society has witnessed unprecedented technological advancement, communication revolution, periodical reforms in curriculum as well. Now, the role when changing this kind of technological advancement, communication revolution, that role of teacher is now changed. We can say that teacher is now expected not only to inculcate knowledge regarding the content of the subject in the four walls of the classroom, but expect to sustain the interest of the student in subject as well as in the teaching learning process by encouraging student thinking. So now we are advocating Skill India as well. We are focusing on vocational education. NEP 2020 is giving focus on the on vocational education, skill education, and so on. Experiential learning, activity-based learning is focusing more in 21st century in NEP 2020. So, to meet the new challenges and expectation, teacher has to teach the students not only the art of learning, but also the art of living and working in a society. So teachers need to educate, making maximum use of available technological resources, which will ensure the development of competency among the students. In order to make the teaching learning process effective, teachers should not only know about the particular technology. Now, as I'm talking about technology, so technology is not only important, but should have a proper knowledge to integrate technology, pedagogy, and content. Merely using technology will not helpful, rather it requires the teacher to use technology in the right context. True integration of technology is to understand and thereby negotiate the relationship between the three important components, that is content, pedagogy, and technology. Good teaching is not simply adding technology to existing teaching and content domain. Rather, to introduction of technology causes the representation of new concept and require developing sensitivity to dynamic transactional relationship between all three components suggested by TPEC, or we can say that Kohler in 2005 has advocated about the technology, pedagogy, content, knowledge. We can say that TPEC. I think Thalesra madam has worked a lot on this model, TPEC model. I have seen some tool and some article from her on the net as well. So we have to integrate pedagogy, technology, and content. All the three things are very much important. When we are talking about the quality not only acquired by technological advancement, but we need to focus on the pedagogy as well, and the content as well. So you can see the diagram, all the components are very much important. If any one of the component is missing, then we are lacking in some part of the content or pedagogy or technology. And whatever, when we are talking about the quality, at that time we have to think all together. Any particular one thing is not sufficient. We can see number of colleges have a good technological advancement in the college, but sometimes we are missing the pedagogical approach or the content with the lecturers or professors. So where the content, when we are talking about the colleges where the learned professors are there, I think we have observed somewhere that they are missing with the technological parts. So for achievement or for getting the quality in higher education, we have to integrate all the three components very well. When we are talking about 21st century teaching learning process and quality, we have to focus on the different pedagogical concept as well. We have to teach the contextually, means without looking into the context. If we are teaching to the students, it might be out of reach for them. So we have to focus on contextual part of the teaching learning process. We have to focus interdisciplinary approaches. We have to provide them work collaboratively. We have to give them project-based learning or problem-solving approach should be over there. When we are assessing, we have to focus on the transparency, because now students are very much aware about the content and their answers because they have a technology in their hand. So if you are giving anything wrong, then they immediately check on the Google. So assessment should be transparent, and we have to develop the pedagogy in such a way that will enhance or that will develop their thinking skills. So now we are focusing on the skill as well. So again, the question arises in our mind: do we need in technology in a classroom? Before Corona, before COVID pandemic, we are not that much aware about this kind of technology. We are not using this kind of technology, Google Meet, or we can say the Zoom or that. Previously, people are using Skype or Yahoo Messenger for delivering this kind of lecture, but that is very few number in percentage. If I am organizing one meeting in my university for quality enhancement, and if I need, as Professor Nanda advocate, that we have to invite some external member in our IQAC. So it is not needed that every time we have to pay them airfare or car fare. So at that time, we can use this kind of technology. In the same way, we have to introduce technology in classroom as well. If any group teachers over uh, or the any state, or we can say that from national level, we can invite them into our classroom, and we can allow the students to make use of maximum expertise of that resource person. So now technology is very much needed in the process. And when we are talking about the quality comes with the technology, but sometimes we have to think about another aspect as well. When we are talking about the technology, we are not trapped by the technology. We have to use the ICT part with very judicious mind. Wherever it is needed, we have to definitely use the technology, because the learner in our classrooms are entered with so many different skills. The learners are now not an ordinary learner. We have a learner with this kind of skills. They are reflective, critical, instant, creative. They are student centric. They love to learn themselves. They are lifelong learners, anytime learners, multimodal learning styles. They are interested. They are not only ready to listen to lectures, but they have to work in a group. They have to do hands-on experience. So anytime you can give them homework. Now the concept of 11 to 5 or 10 to 5 is changed. Now learner are ready to learn, but as a teacher, as an institution, we have to plan the activities in such a way that they can in upcoming slide I'm talking about the blended learning or flip learning as well. So we have to provide that kind of assignment, that kind of work, that over the time or after the college time they can use technology, they can read something, they can watch something, some videos, and they give their inputs. So in the same way, they are technological literate, adaptive, media savvy, we can say that, multitasking, communicators, collaborators, interactive and network. They are engaged with each other, so they are network and interactive. So these are the skills of 21st learner. Now, when we are talking about the quality, again, we have to think all these things of learner, 21st learner, in while we are making any plan for our college or our universities. So quality matters when we are achieved, when we feel the or when we realize the learner's intensity. These are the emerging methods of ICT integration for excellence. When we are talking about quality, again, we have to reach for excellence. And for excellence, we need to go through for different learning style as well. E-learning, blended learning, active learning, collaborative learning, ubiquitous learning, integrative learning, evaluative learning. So all these learning styles or learning methods we have to acquire in our teaching learning process. We have 7 criteria of NET. Among them, the third criteria is very much important, that is research and innovation. And second criteria is teaching learning methods. So we have to advocate this kind of methods in our teaching learning process. Then we can achieve some good points in second criteria. Now the trends are changing. When we are talking about higher education, emergence of international schools and segments are coming. So when the schools are coming from international level in India, we are getting the students from that level. We have to think about that as well. Specialized degree gaining popularity. Now, not only simply BSc, simply BCom, simply BA. Now we have alternatives of different disciplines. Not only mathematics, not only physics, but we have applied physics, we have biology, biotechnology. So all this specialized degree gaining popularity. So we have to think about this when we are thinking about the quality. Increasing use of technology, international collaboration we are doing now, big investment in online learning. We have number of Byju's and some other platforms are available. So they are making Khan Academy is there, Byju's is there, then Unacademy is there, and so on. So many big investments are going on in online learning. When we are talking about the government initiative, we have Swayam platform for online learning. and so on. I'm talking about the number of different government initiative for the quality of higher education as well in upcoming slide. So corporate partnership now, Reliance is there, Adani is there, Tata is there. All these companies are coming into the sector of educational sector. So online channel gaining momentum, so many online channels are going on. So these are the trends for the quality of higher education and quality of education. Teaching learning concepts and approaches in 21st century. So we are advocating Web 3.0. Previously, we are in Web 1 and Web 2, but now computer can understand the information like human in order to provide the faster and more reliable, relevant results. So now we are entering into the AI, or we can say that we are in the age of GP, or so many other platforms are available. So that is Web 3.0. 3D graphics are there, faster connectivities are there, content is accessible by multiple applications, not only laptops or computers, but now we are accessing the content through mobiles as well. So all these upcoming technologies are there. Social media is there. We can say that now the Western countries are introducing this concept in their education system. That is BYOD, bring your own device. The students are entering into the class with this with their own devices, and we have to provide them the teaching learning by using these devices. We are banning the mobiles in classroom. We are banning the tabs in classroom. But that was the old concept. Now we have to allow them to bring their own device in the classroom. And as a teacher, we have to upgrade ourselves. We have to we have to be proactive, and we have to provide them some videos, provide them some PDFs or learning materials over there. They can think over, they can watch, they can read, and then they can reflect on that video or content. So we as a teacher, we have to become innovative to use this kind of bring your own device techniques. This is techniques, and as a for developing these techniques, as a teacher, as a professor, we have to emerge as a technological literate person. It reduces costs. These are the benefits of bring your own device. Offer absolute control, make sharing easy, promote learning onto the go, help uh, the students to access the additional information. So if those institutions who are using learning management system, we can say that LMS or content management system, they can use this kind of approach, bring your own device, and they can provide the materials or videos or links or anything on their devices, and they can access. So we have a different learning management systems are there. uh, Moodle is the best example of this learning management system that is open source, so anybody can then use that learning management system. We have a makerspace. This is again a very constructive use of technology, where the place where young people have opportunity to explore their own interest, learn to use tools and materials both physically and virtually, and develop creative projects. They meet together online, they create their own projects over the internet, and they can meet physically and use their own learning over there. Now the 3D printers are available, which we can use for giving them some physical concept clarity. So 3D printers offers the tremendous opportunity for students to explore object and concept that might be difficult to experience in school or college. Okay, the printer can help student to visualize the mathematical graphs and models, or touch replicas of historical artifacts as well. Now we are entering into the digital world, and digital wireless wearables are also available, so we can use this digital wireless wearables for checking so many things. Now the new concept is emerging, that is adaptive learning, where the students are allowed to learn themselves and move their own space. We can say as a personalized learning as well, and this is a game changer in the role of education. So in higher education as well, we have to give them this kind of adaptive learning content, where one-to-one solutions are there, greater time efficiency. We can use confidence-based approach. We can say that where the students are confident, then they can move ahead. If they are not confident, they can learn again and again. So personalized learning, we can say that, and individual learning paths are different. Those who are with a high IQ, or those who are master in subject, they can.
Sir, GK sir, your
Yes.
PPT, like, we are not able to view your PPT. Yeah, now it's okay. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. So I make it slideshow, though I thought that you can see the whole PPT. That's why it's now presentation. Okay, no problem. So create individual learning path, provide focus, retention, everything. And now we are entering into the world where we are focusing on the different games, and that will used in the teaching learning process, where the students are rewarded for their learning. They achieve some goal. They are getting badges for their learning. So achievement is there, challenge is there, skills are there, and user engagement is there. So after every successful lesson, or we can say that unit, we can provide them this gamification process challenge to them. Different apps are there. Habitica is there, Duolingo is there, Foster is there, Plant Nami is there, Zobbies is there. So number of platforms are available to create this gamification learning. Okay, we have a different learning apps, classrooms. Google Classroom is there, VC is there, Edmodo is there, Kahoot is there. So on number of applications are available to make this digital experiences. Mobile learning is there. I'm going a little bit faster because I have already used around 20 minutes. So different cloud storage is there, and that is free of charge. Google is giving 15 GB free Google Drive. In the same way, Box is there, OneDrive is there, iCloud is there. Even mobile companies are also giving their own space for storage. Samsung is giving 5 GB. So in the same way, we can utilize this storage for teaching process. Not, I'm not advocating for photos and other videos, but we can utilize this cloud storage for teaching learning process, providing content. They can store their content online as well. And big data is there. Hadoop is one of the application which we can use for large data analysis. Just we have example of KBC, where fastest fingers round is going on, and even audience poll is giving. So within a fraction of time, we are getting the results. The same technology we can use in our large classroom, or for all the college students, or for university students. Within a fraction of time, we get the data. That data was analyzed by the software within a time, so we can come to know that where the students are lacking and where the students are getting good. So all these things are very much important. This AI and big data is very much helpful. These are the chat GTP and big data analytic. We can use. Then Google Bard is there, character AI is there, Duolingo GTP is here, UChat is there, Jasper Chat is there. All these are the example of AI, and that we can use in our teaching learning process as well. And nowadays it is very difficult for teacher to uh, assign the task to the students. If you are giving any task, they can definitely go to the AI and get the answer. But as a teacher now, we have to provide them the questions where they can justify their answer with their own logic. Or we have to ask. Now we are entering into the oral kind of exam. whether the two students are able to understand whatever the AI data provided by them, but they have to present the data with their own understanding. So that is very much important. So we have virtual labs are there, the flip learning classrooms are there where the students are provided some work at home, discuss in a classroom, and again they can go home and after the class they can again learn themselves. Now we are entering into the digital textbook. What are the benefit of digital textbooks or any digital content? We can easily edit the content, whatever the latest advancement come into the textbook in the field. You can edit easily, and next year you can introduce that textbooks fast or without wasting money for printing and anything. Remote learning is there. Then augmented reality and virtual reality. NCRT and some other institution in our Gujarat, we have a science city. You can visit the science city and you can feel the virtual reality and augmented reality. In the same way, NCRT has also, and Delhi, in their own campus, they have developed a virtual lab, and where you can feel this kind of virtual reality. You can learn the different science and other concept by virtual reality. Mind mapping is there. Now, within very few minutes, I'm talking about the government initiative for quality of higher education. So government is also thinking because sometimes due to the lack of teachers in a university or college, we have to move into the digital world, and government has started a Swayam platform, study webs on active learning for young experienced mind. Swayam platform is there, where best in class instructor are there, weekly assignment is provided, protected exam will be taken, easy credit transfer. So now in NEP 2020, we have a academic bank of credit, ABC is there. So whatever you learn here, you can transfer that credit in your bank and you can earn that credit at the end of your course. So this is the platform where number of different contents is available. Content is available in 4 quadrant, which we can say that is MOOC, massive open online courses, where video is there, e-content is there, self-assessment is there, and discussion forum is over there where you can discuss the difficult concept. So Swayam is one of the best government initiative for higher education and for quality education as well. So you can access to the quality lecturers or quality professors from entire India. AView is there, which is Amruta University has developed this website where a versatile e-learning tool for distance education. We can say that best innovation in the open and distance learning, and learn from best, get access to the best teachers out of India and foreign as well. So 3D content is available. This project is developed under the NME ICT by MHRD. Swayam Prabha, 32 different channels are there for learning, teaching and learning, that is provided by BISEC Gandhinagar, where I'm working. So the different studios are available. If you are also interested in making videos or starting channels of your own university or college, you can contact this BISEC channel. They are providing you a time and slot for this kind of content. So they have dedicated 32 different channels, DTH channels, which is free of cost. All this initiative for higher education. National Academic Depository is there, where we can save our digital documents. DigiLocker is there now with NAD. DigiLocker, students can upload their mark sheets and all these things over there. Then National Digital Library of India, where we can say that more than 60 type of learning resources is available. So all these initiatives are for quality of higher education. eSoch Sandhu is there, where merging 3 missions: UGC InfoNet, Digital Consortium, Enlist, and AICT Consortium. In INDSET AICT Consortium is there. peer-reviewed journals and number of bibliographical citation and factual database is available on this platform. Virtual lab, already I have talked, there is by Amrita University, where you can see more than 100 virtual labs, 700 plus web-based experiments are available, and ICT-based education is there, definitely. E-Yantra, it is based, sponsored by MHRD under the National Mission of Enemy ICT for technology-based program or robotics developed by IIT Bombay. This is also again free of website. Competition for students encouraged to field of robotics is going on. Talk to Teacher program, again A-View. E-Acharya is a developed by web-based interface called E-Acharya, integrated e-learning portal for all e-content projects developed funded by the enemy ICT. FOSSI is there for free when you want to develop your own content. So you need have a different softwares. But this websites is giving you a open source software in education. So you can download from here. Vidwan is there where you can have a different profiles of different scientists and researchers and other faculty members who are working in leading academic institution, and they have a past experience in research and development. Spoken tutorial is there, open source software where the students can learn their different MOOC courses. Sakshat is there, one-stop solution for educational portal where you can get picture gallery and other things over there. Then Sodh Gangotri is there, where you can get the research proposals over there. Sodh Chakra is there, where for the quality of research process or for quality of doctoral degree, student, research scholar, and the guide has to register over there, and they have to utilize this whole chakra, where each and everything is getting monitored by this platform portal. SOS tool, software tools, open source tools, and simulations tools are also available. This is again the government initiative. So all these tools are platforms are developed by government for the quality of higher education and for making the student access the different resources available on the net in the soft form as well. So at the end, we can say that let's use technology for the education, but it should be utilized judiciously. Thank you. Any questions, any queries is there, you can ask.
Thank you so much, sir. Regarding the question answer session, sir, like it will be better if we post it to you by email or WhatsApp. I will do that. If any question, we are just running short of time, so sir. And in fact, your paper, like it is really it is the need of the hour. To be very frank, everything has been digitalized. So even during the COVID period, the people had to slog hard, and for like they were faculties quite presumably like they were not technology friendly, so it was a hard time for them. So now, since we are getting an opportunity, we really need to gear it up. And like your paper, in fact, it is very much useful for us and to quite many more people who have participated. So thank you so much for the enrichment, presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for providing me a chance to interact with all these learned dignitaries, especially Sir Wasef sir and Hemlata madam.
Thank you, sir. So with your due permission, like can I proceed to the next resource person, sir? All right. Okay. So the next resource person is Dr. Vikramjit Singh from St. Xavier's College of Education, Patna, Bihar, India. A brief profile of him. Are you there, sir? Yes. He's there. Well, Dr. Vikramjit Singh has done his PhD, MPhil, MSc, MS, MBA uh, in Education and Management, BSc, BH, 4-year integrated program, ECA, UGC, JRF he has done post graduate diploma in diplomacy education, I think. Sir, what is PGDDE, sir? Okay, we will be hearing. I think it is mute, sir. Okay, we will be hearing that. I think it is. It is not audible, sir. You're not audible, sir.
Now is it okay?
Yes, yes. I wanted to know PGDDE.
That is postgraduate diploma in distance education.
Distance education. Okay, thank you so much. So he has the teaching experience of 11 years in undergraduate and 10 years of postgraduate research experience. He is designated as an associate professor, as I said. He has a number of publications, research articles. He is guiding 4 students. One has already been awarded, PhD student. He has undertook UGC funded MRP project. MOOC contributed, he has contributed in MOOC as well for Strong Prabhat channel. As a resource person, he has acted both in the central and state university centers uh, for the workshop, tools, modules, module development, and faculty development programs. We are immensely happy to have you here, sir. Please, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir.
So first, let me thanks to Dr. Navo Kumar Das sir, the president of Balurghat B.Ed College, for giving me this opportunity to share my talk on this very important topic. I will also like to congratulate the entire faculty team of Balurghat B.Ed College for organizing this seminar on this very important topic. So, I was just listening to the previous lecture and I heard that Dr. Jignesh sir has explained many of the initiatives being taken up by Government of India, central government, about how to implement the national education policy. I will be continuing on that particular presentation only, as I have already shared on my topic that my topic will be basically on the idea of how we are going to realize the ambitious goals that has been mentioned in national education policy. There are many things which are mentioned in national education policy 2020 that has come after 3 decades from the previous document when it came. But whenever we are seeing the vision, goals, and objectives being mentioned there, we are just sometimes we are confused. We are having some confidence problem that how we are going to achieve those things. But I will just try to just mention whatever things which are going on so that we can see that the reality can be there, whatever has been mentioned in that particular policy document. So I will be sharing my presentation. I think I will be able to Just wait for my presentation. So this is the topic on which I was supposed to talk on. The topic is reforms in practice in higher education in purview of National Education Policy 2020. So, as we have seen that in this National Education Policy 2020, many things are there. Let me go for the full view screen. So, if you see that this particular policy has got the visions that we should be aware about our fundamental rights. But and anyway, any time whenever we are talking about our fundamental rights. So, but this, I think my screen is visible. Yes, yes, it is visible. But why my presentation is not visible?
It is visible, sir.
No, in the I'm talking about my second slide.
Oh, okay.
That slide is not moving. Only the first slide is there. Okay, let me go. Now it is coming. Let me do in the small screen only. So as now, yes. So what I was talking about, that we are just bothered about our fundamental rights, but this particular policy is talking about that we also be aware about our responsibilities or duties. And it is also talking about that we should respect our constitutional values, and we should develop the bonding with our country's value system or whatever traditions are there, that it is talking about. The second particular thing which it is talking about, that we have to provide a high quality education, so that in knowledge society which is very much vibrant, that can develop. The third one is that we should try to develop citizen or the future generation which are aware about the global problems and global issues. So it is talking about developing a person or group of individuals those who can reflect on the global problems, and they can become a global citizen. So these particular visions, objectives are there in National Education Policy 2020. The next, it is also talking about that we should be taking care of about our maybe it is talking about that we should aware about the global situation and global problems, but we should also think at the local level. So it is talking about that we should also take care whatever local issues are there. We should be aware about that local issues, local culture, and whatever curriculum we are preparing there also it should be reflected. It is again talking about that we should emphasize on understanding rather than rote learning. I'm just mentioning few of the, just I think from the last day we have, and from for today also you have got the revision of these points many times, but again I am talking little bit about these key points which has been mentioned in National Education Policy. It is talking about community participation. It is talking about that the pedagogy or the school system or the university system should be such that the methods of teaching should be such that the critical thinking and creativity can be enhanced. It is also talking about inclusive sense in the developing inclusive sense in the education system. It is talking about recognizing the unique capabilities of the individual, and in fact, the most important is whatever ambitions we have put in our national education policy about different paradigm shift in the structure of the school education and the higher education. We are talking about multiple entry, multiple exit scheme. We are talking about providing different options for the students to study. We are talking about for what you can say, the different development in the assessment system and the new reforms in assessment system, and we are providing this credit system, academic bank credit system we were talking about. But whatever these things we are talking about, we can say that this can be only achieved in the context of Indian context. We can only achieve if you are using technology to the fullest. Just prior to my lecture, the first Dr. Jignesh sir was also talking about different initiatives under National Mission of Education through ICT. There he was talking about different schemes, Sodh Ganga, Sodh Sindhu, Sodh Chakra, whatever he was talking about. You just try to understand this. All particular things are only possible due to technology. So this national education policy is also talking about that you use technology to the maximum. So these things, it has been mentioned in national education policy, that how whatever broader goals that we have talked about in national education policy we can achieve. Again, it is also talking about fundamental literacy and numeracy. It has been found in different assessment surveys. Last year only school survey, and that yearly school survey report has been published, and it has been seen that the fundamental level of literacy is not there among the students. The students, those who are passing class 5 or when they are completing the elementary stage, they are not able to solve simple problems or day-to-day life problems. They are not able to relate whatever is being taught in the classroom and whatever is going in their daily life. So this document again talks about that you should try to implement the things or try to take up the strategy or adopt the method so that fundamental literacy and numeracy can be improved. And just I think last year, in the second part of the last year, I think that one document has been published by NCRT, that is called Nipun Bharat. There different scheme different schemes, different strategies has been mentioned about how to improve fundamental literacy skill and the numeracy skill. It is also talking about multidisciplinary system in education system. It just you try to understand that it is talking about that there will be no single institutions running only one disciplinary course. So it is talking about the institutions should go for multidisciplinary option, different courses should be there. It is talking about that the colleges will be promoted to that it will become an autonomous college. So that there is why these things they are talking about, because they are talking about that we are going to provide multiple options to the students. The students, those have got choices of science subjects, and those students have got the choices of art subjects. If multidisciplinary institutions will be there, then only the possibility is there. So whatever the things they have talked about, they have talked about with certain sense is there. It is not without a sense. Again, now I think in this 1 month back only, CBSE or that CBSE NCRT has published that National Curriculum Framework, and that is only in the draft form. There also it has talked about that 8 different subject discipline will be offered in the secondary stage and higher secondary stage, and students have the option to choose in between those particular things. So just you try to understand this particular school system, whatever things are coming up, it is in a mood that we are whatever we have thought about. We just try to think when that national education policy was published in the year 2020 or near about that one particular year only. So we were just a little bit apprehensive that is this these things which has been talked about can be done or not. But whatever documents are coming, this particular LCF, whatever subject combination it is giving. Recently, the document on this, I think last year only it has come that 4-year courses, undergraduate courses. This program is already there, already framed. CUET has been conducted last year also, and this year also it is in the process. So you just try to understand, it is not that these are only the plans or this is only in the paper. It is in the process of being implementation also. So these things are happening. I will just talk about different other things which is going on. So it is also talking about promoting multilingualism. Different things are being done about these particular things. You have just seen, I think in IIT, one of the IIT, I think the courses has been started to be given in the Hindi language also. And they are talking about that you try to give in some other languages, some other regional languages. So we are already in the process. So this is what it is happening all around. So it is also talking about that we should feel proud of our country and whatever, because see this I'm talking about the language and all these things, because language is one particular concept or on any idea. If you preserve a language, a particular culture or tradition or total a knowledge system can be preserved and it can be promoted. Once a language become vanished, then that particular knowledge related to that particular language is also going to be not available in coming years. So that's why that thought process is there, that you should try to provide teaching not only in the school stage but in the higher stage also in different languages which the students can understand and they can promote it also. So this is also going on. Then as I already told that this national education policy is talking about that we should try to provide an education system which is in what you can say parity with this UN Sustainable Development Goal, which is talking about that provide optimal or quality education to the students, maybe school education and higher education, which is sustainable. So a national education policy is in the that track only, that we it can those things can be provided. Now let us see some figures. What the figures or documents which are available in different documents or in report or in the web it is available. You can see that almost 50,000 higher education institutions are there in our country. And if you see, if you compare this particular figure, this is topmost in world, not equal to China, but more than that one. And if you compare with the enrollment figure, maybe we are talking about that the enrollment figure you can see in the last point, it is 25.7. And what about the last report which has been published in 2022? It is around 25.7, but still it is one of the largest number, just second to China. But we cannot say that, we cannot boast about that number is very high, but we also know that the population of our country and the population of our country in that particular age group of that adult learners, that age group, that population is also very high, and that's why it has been mentioned in national education policy goals that that particular 25.7% of enrollment should be increased to 50% by the year 2035. So how this will be possible? This will be possible because it is talking about that you should open up autonomous colleges, multidisciplinary institution in each and every district. That also it has been proposed. So this is already in work. Again, you can see, if you see that it is talking about, already I told about this one, multidisciplinary education, a research university of global standards, and the institutions are in this process. Because we are related to teacher education, basically I am also in from the field of teacher education, and that particular college, the organizing, the host institution also is teacher education college. So you just try to understand that for when that this regulation 2014 came, and afterwards also when Batra committee report and all these reports came, then they were talking about that we should go for 4-year courses, 4-year integrated courses. Now just try to see, it is talking about all particular undergraduate courses should be of 4 years, and there is different benefits of that one. Different types of skills, different types of competencies can be developed, and you can also adjust to the parameter of the international parameters. There also the students after UG, they are directly going for PhD programs. Here also that option has been now provided, that after a graduation program, 4-year graduation program, the last year is already told that it is graduation with research. So after that 4-year courses, they can directly go for PhD enrollment or PhD registration. So this possibility can be made when multiple multidisciplinary educations will be promoted, or institutions will be there set up in different places. Globalization, we are talking about recently, that guidelines from the UGC has come that how you can set up this global institution or international university centers can be opened here and what parameters they have to follow. So that is also in practice. I heard in the last lecture, sir was talking about academic bank of credit. This is also started. You can avail this particular scheme by using DigiLocker. If it is a workshop session, I could have explained how in DigiLocker you can make one account on academic bank of credit. It is just like a bank where you are depositing your credits, and that credits it is just like your money, whatever, whenever possibility, just like a saving account. You can reimburse those credits to great some degree. So it is talking about, suppose you are doing one after class 12. Now the choice is, and it is already available. It is talking about, sir was talking about SWAM, and that particular thing has come, I think, 4 or 5 years back. UGC has given one notification that 20% of the courses, undergraduate courses and higher in postgraduate courses, that the institution, the university can take up initiative. They can make up their particular plan, pass through board of studies and academic council, that 20% of the courses the students are free to complete it from SWAM. So different university like IGNOU, like JNU or Delhi University, they have provided this institution this possibility. The students are going and completing these courses from SWAM, and just try to understand this particular practice can be related with what we are talking about academic bank of credit. In academic bank of credit, we are talking about that suppose after plus 2, a student is interested to pursue particular course. Just try to understand particular course in the global dictionary or in the latest dictionary. The course is equivalent to a particular paper. Our popular term is paper, but in the credit dictionary, in the dictionary of choice-based credit system, if you go all and see all the technical terms, the courses are equivalent to paper. So if a particular student, after a particular class, suppose after plus 2, he is going to see that this particular paper, suppose research method. So he is very much aware about that research paper is a paper which is being done, or that particular syllabus which is provided in Delhi University is very nicely made and very much nicely structured, or very much in parallel to the NET syllabus. So he can go and take that, I will do this particular course from Delhi University, one paper. And that particular person can again see that suppose a paper of psychology, and he is taking about not so much a state university. From a state university, if he is saying that this particular teacher, just try to understand that we are not talking about the university. Suppose he is saying that this particular teacher, the teacher may be XYZ, and if that particular student is thinking that this particular teacher is very good teacher, so let me do this psychology course from this particular state university where this teacher will be teaching this course. So just try to understand, it is empowering the teachers also. Maybe you are working in a very average university or institution or a particular college. If you are a good teacher, the students can come to you and your credibility and your grading will improve. So you will complete certain courses from particular state university. Some courses will be completed from particular university, and after these courses you will get certain credits. That credits you can automatically deposit it or save it in that academic bank of credit that we will make using DigiLocker account. In DigiLocker account, if you have got 120 credits, means undergraduate courses is of 120 credits. So if you will get 120 credits, you can go to your parent university. What is that parent university? The university which will give you 50% of the credits, and you can say that I have completed 120 credits. Now I want that you should give me a 3-year degree program. That certificate you can give me, diploma, I think. For 3 years diploma is there. So you will get that particular reimbursement. That credits can be converted into that particular award. And if you have done 160 credits, you can go for getting a degree with research particular, that certificate you will get. So in that sense, that academic bank of credit is going to work, and it is quite practical. As I am seeing, and whatever is going on, this is quite practical. It is not like that. It is just in the document. It cannot be done. It is being done to some extent. It is in practice, and in the coming time, it will be. The practice will increase, and the student, the time the students, not, I will not talk about the students, the stakeholders. If the university is different, university will understand it. So they will make the regulations. They will sign the MOUs, because MOUs should be there in between universities. Suppose one university, they will have got a apprehension that that particular student has done that particular course from that particular university, and that is not up to the mark of that particular degree, then it may be apprehensive to provide that particular degree. So they may think that let it that MO should be there. So this will be coming in the time period. Now the next point is National Research Foundations is there, that is mentioned in National Education Policy, and that particular department has been already set up and the funded has been allocated. Then classic, I was talking about language, that this policy and the government is also working about that how to preserve our languages or preserve our traditional knowledge system. So it has set up offices or institution or department in the Delhi, so that these particular things can be done. Next, you can see that it is talking about that by the end of 2040, they aim that all the higher education institutions become multidisciplinary institution, and with having 3,000 or more students. So enrollment can be increased. Higher education will receive flexibility in subjects, and that also you can see that it can be realized, because the framework or guidelines has already come how that these particular things can be done. And it is also talking about in next 15 years there will be no affiliated college. It will only, the colleges will be only autonomous colleges will be there. Multidisciplinary autonomous colleges will be there. And it is also talking about adult literacy. Recently, I think last month only, maybe end of that, or 2 months back, I think an NCRT has come up with one document on adult literacy program. Is also already published. Now you also see that NTA is doing very good work in providing different types of examination duties. So NTA's work has been, it is talking about this National Education Policy is talking about that NTA's power or NTA capabilities will be used for the most for realizing these particular things. Today also some examination is there, I think, and that the role of NTA is there for conducted CUET. Last year I was also involved in that particular examination. Some responsibility was given to me, and many persons were thinking that how this particular CUET course, this particular entrance examination, how this possibility can be there, because so many students were there for taking up this particular, so much candidates turn up for this particular entrance examination, so many questions has to prepare, so many tests, and those tests should be the question items all should have with very much original also. So you have seen that because of technology only that particular examination was a success. So this also has happened. Now I will just talk about some other programs which you can understand that I'm just trying to give you certain hint that how we are trying to whatever practices which are going on, is it in the tune of achieving the goals of National Education Policy. So it is talking about I've already I think discussed about this one. We are talking about cluster of institutions. Means suppose substantial institutions are there, they can sign MOUs, and they whatever strength of one particular institution is there, that can be utilized by the second institution, and similarly vice versa. The other institution can also support in other way. So that particular practice has been also talked about, and different institutions are doing these particular things. Now coming to the next point. Okay, this is also one thing which is now in practice, and I think you must also have realized that we are talking about blended learning. So I'm using SWAM platform and doing certain courses in physical mode or traditional mode is one example of blended mode only, and it is already in practice. Augmented reality, AI is now has become one of the big power. You just must be seeing the newspapers nowadays. Every day it is there in the newspaper that in that particular software, I think Chat GPT is there, and now different other companies like Google, Microsoft, these all companies are coming with their own AI, so that you get. I'm talking in the positive sense. Maybe their negativity is also there, but it can save your time. It can give you different other perspective of particular problem. Means a particular problem can be visualized in different ways, or you can always go for optimum results. Many a times you are not bothering about that these things can be done in different other ways. So AI can be used in that particular sense, so that it can be give you very good results. Similarly, you can also understand when we are talking about inclusive education. So in inclusive education also AI can be of too much help. Just some special childs are there, according to their need, what their demands are there, that AI can be used to give them proper support. Robotics already is there, that e-yantra sir was talking about. This is giving support for doing this type of particular experiments and developing different types of tools related to education and different projects, I think. Then the next thing is what I was talking about, that change in characteristics of our architecture of higher education. We are talking about that the institutions will be divided into two particular things. One will be teaching intensive institution and other will be research intensive university. So you just try to understand nowadays different whatever different nomenclatures are existing, public institution, private institution, center, deemed university, different things are there. But now they are saying that you should go for focusing on teaching, or your main focus will be on research. Basically, if you go to the university nowadays, you just say they are going just busy in giving affiliation or conducting examination. The research part is missing, the teaching part is missing. So that's why it is talking about in the coming time, the universities and the institutions will be marked that it is a teaching intensive institution or university, or this particular university will be busy in doing quality research. And of course, if these things will be done, research and teaching can be improved. Now, professional standards or benchmark for teacher institutions, that has also UGC has published that particular document, which is talking about what are the different benchmarks or standards that the teachers or the institutions should be pursue to or try to achieve. Again, one more thing is there, vocational education. Um, if you compare the figure from the different other countries like USA, Germany, the figures of our country, whatever vocationalization we are providing in our school system, forget about higher education, in the school system, it is very less. I think it is 4 or 5, less than 5%. But in the other country like Germany and USA, it is 25 to 30%. So it is talking about that our vocational education should be increased in the school system. These students can become more skilled. They can develop their skills so that they can go for different career opportunities. So this thing is also there, and that's why when I'm talking about this, let me talk about national credit framework. That also I think last year it came. Now again in January it has been revised. Again it has come. If you see that national credit framework document, you can see that the earlier only the school education, only the higher education we are talking about credits. Now in this national credit framework, the entire school stage and higher education all has been divided into different credit system architecture. starting from pre-primary stage, means starting from that 3+ stage, the credit system is there. If this talk time would have been there, I could have explained about that credit system, how many working hours, how many hours for in a semester, in a year. These type of things are there. You just read, and here only I will try to again say that in that recent NCF draft document, you can see that it is talking about semester system. Earlier it was not there, but now it is talking about semester system. So credit has come in the school, the semester has also come into the school. So that in that sense we can say that, and this has been done. I was talking about vocational education. This has been done because vocational education, if some students are going after 8th class, if they are going for vocational ITI and diploma, this type of things, when they are trying to come back to the mainstream, they are facing problems. They were not recognized like that, or they were not their career was very much disturbed. Whenever they, if they feel that they go for general education, then they were facing problem. But this national credit framework has been planned in such a way that this particular vocational education, medical education, engineering education, this school education, all can be divided into different credit benchmarks, level 1, level 2, level 3. After, I think after 5, I think after +2 you are completing level 4. Level 5 is graduation, and then 6, and then 8 is PhD. Level 8 is equivalent to level 8 if you are doing PhD. So this particular has been done so that this all different streams of education, vocational education, maybe other type of education are there. Suppose agricultural education is there, medical education is there, nursing is there, this teacher education is there. This all type of because we are talking about multidisciplinary options, we are talking about interdisciplinary switching of the students. So if this has to be made possible, the students has to given credits, and that credits is understandable, and then they can move easily from one particular stream to the other stream. So this national credit framework has trying to done this particular thing. Earlier national and earlier credit framework was also there, but they were not talking about the merging of those particular different system. But this latest one, it is talking about merging that particular credit systems. So this is now again it is talking about that our open and distance learning. See, earlier 20 years back, 30 years back, when we were studying, we are taking distance education. That distance education is something where the students, those who are not getting any opportunity or having some problems, they are going for distance education. But now it is an intelligent way of learning. So those students, those who are more capable, or those who want to do certain work and they want to develop their career, or they want to develop their learning also, then they are going for distance learning. Recently, different universities, and that's why national education policy is talking about that you try to make this open and distance learning more strengthened. So that is going to happen. Then I already talked about regional languages and these other things. And I was talking about it is talking about students should know their interest potential, then they go depth, follow their passion, swim across, dive deep. So these type of things, the students have got multiple entry and exit choices, and this is also happening as planned in the recent guidelines. Now, I already talked about Indian past knowledge, sense of pride, Indian knowledge system, education tool. So it is talking about, you must have heard Indian traditional knowledge system. These particular things are now, I think in the some university, some central university, they have set up one department only for doing the study undergraduate program on Indian knowledge system. I think Central University of Gaya or Bihar, because I was recently seeing in one paper, they have started from this year, they have started one course in undergraduate course only. That course is about this Indian knowledge system. So this thing is also there. National Research Foundation, then attaining excellence is the key subject, grade, ranking, accreditation. Now let's try to understand. This particular seminar is also on revised accreditation framework. I am not talking about, I have not taken that particular area. I am talking this other part of that national education policy. But you just try to understand this accreditation has become one of the benchmark of the recent plannings. Whatever planning, whatever funding, whatever programs you will get, how much funding you will get, how much placement the students will get, all will depend upon the accreditation of that particular institution. So that National Research Foundation, suppose it is trying to, you will think about funding a particular institution, it will go and see that accreditation. What is the accreditation of that particular institution? And one idea I will just try to just try to give you, just you try to understand doing PhD. That guideline is also there. Maybe now also it is not so much used, but in the coming time it will be used that a particular person, those who have done a PhD from a plus university or A university, those only will be given 30 marks in their career. So just try to understand that accreditation is also one of the important factor, and that's why the institutions are trying to develop their quality so that they can get better grades. Now, this is also the knowledge part only. It is talking about single regulatory authority. Earlier, different regulatory authority was there. For medical, different was there. For agriculture, different was there. But now it is talking about single regulatory authority. And this thing also, as it is also in parity of whatever vision has been set up in national education policy. It is talking about different courses. One now you can do two courses at a time, only remaining only leaving that PhD course. So this possibility has been also created because we have got blended modes. The person can go for one physical mode, one online mode. Even they can go for two regular mode also. That possibility is also there. Suppose one is in morning classes and other is in evening hours, then they can do those things. Then MOOCs and SWAMs already, I think it has been discussed. Then I was talking about online mode. Different university, I think our last 2-3 years, after 2020 only, different UGC has notified certain universities, those who can go for online mode of courses. I am not talking about distance mode. I am talking about online mode, fully online mode. That means the materials, study materials, the examination, the assignment, everything will be online mode. That means the students don't have to, I'm not saying that it is a big achievement, but those students, suppose a student is there in the northeast region, or Jammu Kashmir, or maybe Ladakh, or maybe in Andaman, and he wants to pursue a course from Delhi University or Aligarh Muslim University. So, and he is very much interested, but he cannot move and go physically to that particular campus. So he can enroll for that particular course, online mode course, and everything he can do from his home. So that also is depending upon the accreditation of that particular university. You can see this particular university, some names I have mentioned, Aligarh Muslim University, Jamia University, JNU is there, Bharati Darshan University is there. They are providing online mode courses, full-fledged courses, and you can do it sitting in your home. So that is also showing you the beauty of these particular things which is being realized in practical. Oh, sir, Sodh Chakra, you know, Sodh Sindhu, Sodh Ganga, Sodh Gangotri, these were there for 3-4 years back. It is in practice. Recently, Sodh Chakra has come. So, Sodh Chakra, if you go, and it is very good for the research scholars and the guides. If you go, this is one platform where the research scholar and guide can meet with each other. They can ask for each other's help. They can check the chapters. They can discuss with different other experts. If you go and explore this particular website, actually it is being monitored by the universities. The university is providing a nodal officer. Then nodal officer is assigning this particular institution code, then guide code, then guide is enrolling himself there, the student is also enrolling themselves, and then they can interact each other, and everything will be online. So there's ethical issues will be not there. What are the ethical issues? I think one of the ethical issues of producing a plagiarized content. So that particular thing will be not happening if you are using Soch Chakra and uploading everything there, your chapters and everything. So it can be checked there and the things can be done. So these things are also there, and you can always see that. Wait, wait. The National Research Foundation already I told about engineering courses of regional languages, that also I told already. So national curriculum framework, national, these many things I have talked about. I am seeing the time also. So the things which I have already talked about, I will not repeat those things. Then NCF and CRF, National Curriculum Framework, recently it has come. It is also showing that whatever has been written in education policy, it can be realized, and the thing is going on. National Credit Framework, already I explained how it is important for making multidisciplinary and multiple entry exit possible. That National Credit Framework, and then Academic Bank Credit, these all particular schemes are has been in practice, because to make those whatever things which has been mentioned in education policy, which those can be realized. And this next thing, I think you already know, we are talking about making our institution physical infrastructure like that, so that it can become more inclusive. You are talking about audiobooks, we are talking about this regional languages, or teaching in mother tongue and this type of things, so that the system becomes more inclusive. Then we have already so these all things I have already discussed. Let me see if some new things are there which I have not told about. This because I listened the last lecture, some part of the last lecture, I have already heard these things. Sir has talked about this particular initiative. It was there before NEP 2020. It was there. Some more things has been added. This all things has come under the initiative NMEICT, which was launched, I think 2008 or 9. It was launched, and different schemes are there under this, which again promotes. Use of technology in school education as well as higher education, and as education policy has also told that all these things can be achieved to the fullest if you are using technology. So these particular schemes, National Digital Library, spoken tutorials, PG Pathshala, e-Gyan Course, Bidwan, Vidyanjali is also one there. Vidyanjali is also for different stakeholders, those who can contribute in the field of education. Then Sodh Ganga, Sodh Sindhu, these things were already there. Sodh Chakra has been recently coming. So Sodh Chakra is giving a very nice experience. I have already used this particular website, and I have seen that it is quite impressive. Now, this Academic Bank of Credits, I have already told about. Multiple entry and exit programs. For that, guidelines has also come. Guidelines for internship, and this thing, just try to understand. Many times the companies are saying that you are giving us engineers, those who know the content, but the skill is missing. So it is talking about that you should try to provide more and more practical knowledge or skill based knowledge. That's why provisions of internship has to be there in all undergraduate courses. So that has to be there. So because we are comparing with the medical and education, in medical education, because it was there in the entire plan that within that 4 years they will be practicing the medical skills, but in other schemes like this engineering and other schemes, the possibility of internship should be improved. And then vocational education I have already talked about. This SWAM courses regulation, I told about that it can be credit, can be, you can complete 20 to 40% courses from SWAM. It depends upon the university if it has planned and all those documents or approve those documents so that this can be done. UGC has already given that you can provide this particular thing. Guidelines for internalization of higher education, it is already there. I was talking that how the international centers can be opened here. So this is already there. draft guidelines for research intensive with faculty. Again, it is also talking about that how this research can be promoted in institution. So it is providing that the faculty and researchers can be provided fund, and that also the initiatives has been there. Orientation to newly recruit induction programs, Guru Dakshta, everywhere that program is going on. National education policy has also talked about that 50 hours of continuous development programs should be there for the teachers. So lastly, because I think my time is up to that much only, that much I have already passed that time, but still try to conclude the things. Lastly, I will tell that one thing is there. We are talking about these big policies and many things are there, and I'm saying you that this thing can be realized also, can be done. But again, you just try to understand this particular report. I think one ex-director, his report and one press release was there. He was saying that this all these particular national education policies, whatever things are there, those all things can be achieved, but you have to invest 6% of the GDP in education. And that is there not in this particular policy, that other when the 5-year plans were there, then also we are talking about that 6% of the GDP should be invested in education. But the other thing is, other government is trying to increase that percentage also. But you just try to understand. Whenever the government will only give you 6% if you are utilizing the 5% or 5.5%. When the government is giving 3% of the GDP, the report also says that we are not able to utilize that much percentage of money also. Maximum money which the government is giving for this education, maximum money is being invested on the teacher's salary or the staff salary. But other part which is talking about quality education for research and every other things, that particular part, it is being unutilized, and we are returning it back to the government every financial year. When the financial year ends, we are not able to utilize the particular money which has been provided. Then how the government will also think that you should increase 6% and you should give money to the harm? There are many institutions. I'm not talking about every institution is doing like that, but many maximum universities or institutions are doing in the same way. In the schools also it is happening. What funds being provided is not utilized. So who will be thinking about 6%? So that is one particular critical point that we have to think about. There are various reasons why it is not utilized. What is the reason? But again, if you demand 6%, you should utilize whatever is being given. Many universities are there which are utilizing in very many nice way, and many things they are doing for research and this promoting different types of activities. One more thing is there, that if you are trying to last point I will like to take, if you are trying to implement national education policy, and it is quite reality, it is also proposed, and it is not my idea only, that all the institutions, basically the higher education institutions, should try to open up an NEP cell in their particular institution, because to understand this policy, to understand this document, to visualize the things happening, it requires so much of brainstorming, and people and these human resources and infrastructures, these all things are required. So it is required that UGC should establish NEP cells in different universities and institutions, and if the institution is possible, maybe private institution also, if they want to realize these things, you should try to open up a particular national education policy cell, so that the things can be actually realized and they can be made practical. So I'm very much thankful for the entire organizing team and the governing team for giving me this opportunity. Hopefully I have given something related to this particular seminar, and that whatever basic idea was there on the objective of this particular seminar. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Any question, anyone?
Thank you so much, sir. So, like, you had also been a part of Balurghat B.Ed College, so it's really graceful to have you with us. Well, your presentation was really enlightening and resourceful because um, relating to the NEP 2020, there's so much, to do. So even our college, the marching ahead with keeping in view the NEP 2020. So thank you so much for your excellent presentation, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, now, we will be giving a break of, we will be meeting for the next resource person, uh, Dr. Kingvin and Emmy Mac author at around 2:45. So all are requested to be present by 2:40 p.m. IS, Indian Standard Time. Thank you for now. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You had your breakfast, sir?
We do.
Okay.
Good morning, Amy.
Good morning, Ken.
Hello, Amican. Hello, ma'am.
Hello. I'm going to try sharing my screen to see if the slides show up.
Hello, sir.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, right, okay. Hello, madam.
So, should we begin, sir?
Yeah, just give me a moment.
Yes, I will just give a brief introduction about you. I think we have 1 minute, 2 minutes more, but we can begin. Well, a very good morning to sir and ma'am, because it's 6:15 a.m. Okay. Our resource person for this day is Dr. Kane Rain, Associate Professor, Educational Administration and Leadership, Faculty of Education, University of New Brunswick, in Canada. A brief profile about him is his area of teaching and research includes educational law, policy and governance, with particular attention to research on professional learning communities. He is a past president of the Canadian Association for the Study of Educational Administration and the Commonwealth Council for Educational Administration and Management. He was named a Fellow of CCEAM in the year 2022. He has many years of teaching online courses in educational administration. In his career, he has successfully supervised 8 PhD students to completion, and he has also served as an external examiner for almost 26 doctoral dissertations. We are immensely happy to have you with us, sir. Along with Sir, uh, we have Amy Lynn MacArthur, who is also a PhD candidate under Sir Cambridge. She has been employed for 21 years with Cardew University, a private liberal arts university located in Montreal, NB, Canada. The majority of that time, she has been lecturing in the Bachelor of Business Administration program, overseeing the marketing concentration. Amy also works for the university administration as serving as their strategic communication specialist. As a small business owner, she and her husband have operated a variety of business over the past 18 years, investing in others who eventually took over the operations. Mentorship has also been a point of focus in her voluntary life, specifically as a youth and child director for a creative art program where she has had the pleasure of working with her 3 children, uh, now in the teen years. Pretty nice. Huh? Uh, this passion for students' engagement, transformation, and mentorship has been catalyst for her research endeavors, which led her to the PhD program at the University of Brunswick in interdisciplinary studies, where she is currently in her final semester. Congratulations, sir, and welcome to Balurghat B.Ed College. We are immensely happy to see you and waiting to hear you. Thank you so much. So, sir, Uh, so we'll be speaking on strengthening post-secondary education, online learning, and first-year student success. Sir, over to you, sir, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, join, sir.
Thank you. Amy, could you share your screen?
Okay. Sure.
And then you can just advance the slides when I say so.
Let's see here. Ken, there seems to be a bit of delay. Apologize.
Okay.
Right. Let's see here. Yeah, for some reason, it's not allowing me to share. Try another. Were you able to share on yours?
Well, let me try mine. It was working. Let me try mine. We'll see if it works.
Now it seems to load it.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So why don't we leave on your slide, because you have more slides than I do, and I'll just tell you when to advance.
Okay, sure.
All right. Well, good morning or good afternoon to my colleagues in India. It's great to see you. I see some familiar faces on the screen, Wasef and Hemlada in particular. So this morning, today, Amy and I are going to speak about strengthening post-secondary education, online learning, and first-year student success. That's our topic for today. Next slide. So it's a two-part presentation. I'm going to speak about online learning and how to strengthen online learning, and finish off with just a comment and discussion around building community in online learning. And then Amy's going to take over from there and talk about how to build community and support for a specific group of students in university, which are those in first year. Okay, next slide. So you can think of online learning as an extension of earlier forms of distance learning. So if you think way back well, in my case, I think back to the 1980s when we had correspondence courses. In my high school, we had correspondence courses, and when I was working, I took a couple of correspondence courses. And you can think about why people would take correspondence courses. In my case, I was working full-time in a remote location far from any university, and I required a couple additional math courses to advance my career. And so I couldn't leave my home and travel. I would have had to travel at least 4 hours to a university to take those math courses. So I had the option of taking a correspondence course. In fact, I took two of them. And in a correspondence course, the instructor would provide a textbook, some instructional materials. In my case, it was on cassette tapes, if you can remember those days. And then I had to do a series of assignments. And then later there were a couple of tests. But the advantage of correspondence courses was that I could continue working full time. I could do the course at my own pace within the pace set out by the instructor, and therefore had the opportunity to advance my career without having to leave my job to do that. So that was the earlier days of correspondence courses. Now, online learning provides that same possibility, but with the additional advantages of technology for learning. And so we think about why students would engage in online learning in universities, and the reasons are similar to what I described from the 1980s. Students might be living at a remote location far from a university that they could attend in person. They may be working full time and want to take the course to advance their career, but they can't take time from their employment, or they have a busy schedule with work, family, and so on. They need the flexibility to take courses on a schedule that's more flexible. So the term online learning means different things to different people. People use the word online learning to mean a variety of ways in which technology is used for courses. For my purpose, or for the purpose of this presentation, I'm going to talk about two forms. I'm going to talk about asynchronous delivery and synchronous delivery, and I'll explain what that means. I'm also going to talk about some key challenges in ensuring quality online teaching and learning, and then some potential benefits from online teaching and learning. Okay, next slide. Okay, so let me distinguish between asynchronous and synchronous online instruction. Now, the word asynchronous means not tied to time, and synchronous means tied to time. So an asynchronous course is designed where these students do not meet at the same time to receive instruction at the same time. Now, in the courses I've taught, and I taught maybe for the last 10 years, asynchronous online courses. And so in my courses, what I typically do is post on a website the university has each week a set of content. Now, the content might be, for the week, it might refer to assigned readings from a textbook or from journal articles, and then I'll post a series of discussion questions, and then students have within that week an opportunity to post their responses. Now, the cycle I use is that I post on Saturday, then they have until the following Sunday, so 8 days, to post their responses. So the students are expected to read the content that's assigned and then post these responses within that week. Now, during that week, though, the students can choose what time of the day works for them. So many of my students are teachers, full-time teachers. Often they also have families, children, and so on. So I hear students say, well, they put the kids to bed, and then at like 10 o'clock at night, they'll sit down to do their online course. They do the readings, they do their posts, and so on. They can pick whatever time works for them during that week. But the key thing is it's asynchronous. That is, there's no one time when the students and the instructor are all together. By contrast, a synchronous instruction online would be a course that's delivered using a format like this. Now, I tend to use Zoom. My university also uses Microsoft Teams. Other colleagues I know in the past use other similar formats. I think there's GoToMeeting and Google Meets and others. But basically, the class meets at a fixed time. This past term, it was Thursday night from 6 to 9, just like a face-to-face class. But instead of coming to a classroom building, they stay at their home on their computers. And the instruction itself, the way I instruct the class, is very similar to what would be in person. Now, I'm going to explain a couple of differences, a couple of enhancements, but basically it's the same interactions I would have with students if they're in the classroom, but it's done through an online format. Now, that's sort of the distinction between asynchronous and synchronous instruction from my experience. Okay, next slide. So let me start with the challenges, because if we're looking to create quality teaching and learning in post-secondary education, and we want to use online technology to do so, we need to be aware of the challenges. And the first group of challenges would be student access to technology. Now, that includes both access to internet and also access to devices. Now, during the pandemic, we learned that both of those things can be challenges for students in the kindergarten to grade 12 system, but they also exist in university. So, for example, depending on where one lives, in my province, and I think the same in India, you have areas of the country where the internet technology is not great. It's not reliable. It's sometimes not very strong. It doesn't have enough bandwidth to handle everything that needs to be done. And we have the same problem in New Brunswick. The other thing, and this would be the question of access to devices. So some families have the means to have the latest computers, laptop, desktop, that kind of thing, or phones or tablets, but some families don't. Also, in some families, if there are multiple people in the home doing things online, their home internet may not be adequate for their purposes. And again, that could be an economic consideration. Some families can't afford the strongest, fastest internet. So those things are definitely a concern. And they're particularly a concern for synchronous instruction, teaching using Zoom or Google Meet, where you need the ability to be able to be online with video and audio all the time. So those are the first things. So those could be seen as equity issues, fairness issues for people depending on their access to technology. Another factor, another challenge would be the range of expertise and disposition towards technology among instructors. Now, some instructors, particularly during the pandemic, had to learn quickly how to switch from typical in-classroom instruction to teaching using technology. In my case, I was using technology before the pandemic, but I was using technology that was still new. And so I had to get used to dealing with glitches, with problems, with breakdowns while I was teaching my class. So I had to be very adept to figure out, okay, if this doesn't work, we can try this. If this doesn't work, we can try this. So having a lot of options available, but also having the patience to deal with these kind of things. Not everybody has that patience. The other thing is the ability to learn new technology. I had to spend time learning how to do certain things with the computer, whether I was using our university's learning management system. We call it Desire to Learn. Other places call it Moodle. I had to learn how to use that technology. I had to learn what I could do with the computer and the websites and so on that I may not have done before in order to achieve what I wanted to achieve. The third challenge can be whether or not there's adequate support for technology. And I mean support both pedagogical and technical. Now, when I was teaching in the synchronous course, they were normally at night in the evening, and our university technology staff went home at 5 o'clock. So oftentimes I had to figure stuff out on my own, or talk to the tech people during the day and then apply what I learned during the night. And then when things were wrong, the next week I had to talk to them again. So one of the critiques we have at our university is that the tech staff often aren't available for instructors who want to use technology because the classes are offered on evenings or weekends. So one of the challenges is the availability of tech support. The other challenge is the availability of pedagogical support. I'm going to speak about that in a minute with regard to benefits, but it's important to remember that the pedagogy has to drive the instruction. It can't be the technology. The technology is there to support instruction, but the instructor needs to be able to deliver the course using the best pedagogical techniques that are available. So instructors need to know how to take their pedagogical practices and adapt them for the technology. The instructors need to say to the technology people, this is what I need to do, and you technology people need to make that happen. It can't be the other way around, where the technology people are saying, well, you have to do this way. So, for example, years ago, I was teaching a course. It was a setup where we had two classrooms, one in one campus, one another, linked by video conference. And so the tech people were telling me how to set up the cameras and the computer. They said, okay, well, here's how you stand up. Here's how you do your lecture from here. But I said to them, well, no, my focus is not on me lecturing to the group. What I want is for the groups in both places to see each other and then see me when necessary. So I want them to be able to talk to each other. So the tech people understand I need the cameras pointed in a way the students in both sides could see each other, and then we could have our conversations just like in a regular class. So it's really important that the pedagogy drive the instruction with the technology providing support. The other thing that can be a challenge would be negative perceptions of online instruction or online courses or online programs. Now, we've had students who've come to my university from other countries, and they will tell us, oh, back home, online courses aren't considered as relevant, as valid, as rigorous, and so on. And so people sometimes have this idea, well, an online course is not a real course. Well, of course, to counteract that perception, it's important for people who teach this way to articulate that online instruction can be just as robust, just as high quality as in-person instruction. In fact, I would point to the advantages, as I'm going to say in the next slide, about what you can do with online instruction that you can't do otherwise. But there are people who think online instruction is not the same. There's not the same experience, not the same quality, not the same content. None of that is true. The content of a course, the course I teach, the content is just the same as it would be in person. I cover all the same material. And indeed, as I'm going to show you, there are kind of things you can do with online instruction that you can't do in person. So that's a perception that exists outside of people who actually teach online courses. And the fifth challenge, and this applies to any kind of distance education. So if you look at the literature going way back into the 70s, 80s, 90s, when we were doing distance education by correspondence, was building community. How do students in an online course feel connected to their classmates? And how do they feel connected to the instructor? It's very possible if a student doesn't have regular contact with classmates and with instructor live or in some meaningful way, students can feel disconnected and not feel like they're part of the class. Now, again, in earlier days, again, 80s, 90s, there was some research to show that students in distance education often felt disconnected from their classmates. They would drop out of classes because they either couldn't keep up or they didn't feel like their weekly participation mattered, and they kind of drifted away. They didn't have the sort of regular schedule of going to a classroom on a schedule once a week or several times a week and meeting students and their instructor in person. So in online courses, whether it's asynchronous or synchronous, it's really important to build community among students and instructors in online courses. And when I teach online courses, I put a lot of emphasis on that. And I'll talk about that in a minute when I get into how I do things. But certainly when I post materials and that I invite students to provide comments, I invite them to provide comments not just to me, but to their classmates. I make a point of having them introduce themselves early in the course so they know their classmates, where they work, what they teach, and then they start to build contact among each other, and that's something I like to encourage. If it's a synchronous course, like on Zoom, I make a point of making sure people have a fair chance to say something to each other, get to know their classmates, and I provide assignments that give them a chance to do that. So those kind of things are really important, but they are challenges. You have to work intentionally towards that in a way you might not necessarily do so in a face-to-face in classroom course. Okay, next slide, Amy. Okay, so let me talk about the benefits of online instruction. What can online instruction do in post-secondary education that maybe is not as easy to achieve in person? So the first thing is that asynchronous courses, these are the ones where there's no live meeting, students work during the week. They offer the flexibility for students to pursue studies, to maintain other responsibilities, family, employment, and so on. So as I said, the students have, in my case, have about a week, a period in which they can post their comments, respond to questions, post comments to each other, that kind of thing, and they can figure out what the best time of the week is to do that. A synchronous course doesn't have that advantage, and certainly in-person class doesn't have that advantage as well. The second thing, and this is something I think is really powerful, I've noticed this in the time I've been teaching online courses, is that an asynchronous course allows all students the fair chance to post thoughtful responses to course readings. So, for example, in an online course, in a given week, I might post 10 questions, tell them to pick 3 questions to post a response. And it would be related to a textbook reading or a journal article or maybe a fellow classmate's paper. And so the students have a time in that week to post a thoughtful comment about whatever the question is. Now, by contrast, in a live class, students will be asked questions, they can post responses, but they have to have the response right away. And they have to think about something right away. And they may not be able to think through it in the same amount of depth as they would in an asynchronous course, so they have time to sit down, think, and then craft a response. Also, there's no limit on how many students can respond. In a regular classroom, if I ask a question, I might have time for maybe 2 or 3 students to offer a response, then I have to move on. In an online asynchronous course, the student can, as many students want, can post responses, and they all show up on the screen for their classmates. So everybody has the same fair chance to post thoughtful comments. And so I found that to be something that it's a strong point of asynchronous learning. It gives students the chance to make these thoughtful comments, to take time to write thoughtful responses. So that adds the kind of depth you might not see in an in-person class. The other thing that I found helpful for asynchronous course is to allow a range of choice of readings. So because I teach graduate courses, my students are generally doing their Master of Education degree. It's really important to me that they have a fair bit of choice in what topics within the course they want to focus on. And so what I might do in a typical week I would post, say, 10 discussion questions based on 10 article choices and tell them to pick 3. And they post the response on those three questions. And I tell them to budget their time based on the amount of time they would have spent in a face-to-face class. And so what this means is every student can pick the 3 responses or the topics they want to focus on and post their responses on our, what we call a Desire to Learn website, where everybody can see what they posted. And that allows students to also focus on the response of their classmates. And the responses are posted in they're kind of grouped. So the students who want to listen to or see the response to, say, questions 1, 4, and 7, they can focus on those responses and respond to those. And I think that's really important in a graduate course where students can have a sense of ownership as to what particular topic within the course interests them. And so that's something you can't do as easily in a synchronous course, because when you're all together, you're going to be talking about the same thing for the most part. So the asynchronous gives me the chance to create a little more flexibility for them to focus on topics that interest them. Now, with regard to the synchronous online courses, so this would be using Zoom or Teams or Google Meet, what we found that works out really well is we can have students who might have been available from, say, Thursday night, say 3 hours a week, who lived in our city, for people to be all across Canada. So when I teach an online synchronous class, I might have classmates or students from all across Canada and even around the world. I think last year I had a class where I had students across Canada, as well as one student who lived in India. She lived near Delhi. It was 3 a.m. for her, but she was keen to take the course. But it was a possibility because it was a live class. And depending on the time zone or the commitment, you can have students from all across Canada, but meeting together live. That would not be possible if it was face-to-face. There's no way that somebody would live 3 hours away from my city, traveling every week to take a course. That would be very, very difficult, especially in the wintertime. So the synchronous online courses are good to allow people from all across Canada to take courses, all across Canada, all across the world, really. So you have a wide variety of people in the class, which means your discussion become richer because you have people bringing perspectives from different parts, different schools, different school systems, and so on. The other thing I found using asynchronous online instruction is I can use a variety of source of materials in class. So in the Zoom platform, if I want to show the students, say, a YouTube video that has some instructional component or some commentary, I can easily play that YouTube video for the class. They can see it, and then they can comment on it. I can share my screen to post, say we're discussing an article, journal article. I can post on the screen, and I can focus on the exact paragraph I want to talk about. I've also been able to have guest speakers connect to my class who, again, wouldn't otherwise not be able to come to Fredericton, but they could connect on Zoom, and I have done that. So I've had guest speakers from Australia and other parts of Canada and even in town come and be part of my class, and that's been really good for the students. And again, it would not have been possible if it was just a face-to-face in-person class. Of course, students have the same option. When students are giving presentations, they can use the same materials. They can use YouTube or other kinds of things to do their presentations. The other thing about synchronous online course is there's flexibility for students who need to step out of class once in a while. So my students are, as I say, are typically teachers. They're doing their master's degree, but they're also have families. They are, in some cases, depending on the time zone, they're still at school. So if a student, for example, one of my students one year was a principal. So she was doing the class, taking the class from her office, and it was like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If she had to step away from home to deal with something, she could just sort of exit the meeting room, go and do that, and come back. There was no disruption. It wasn't like she had to get up from the room and leave. She just go, leave, and come back. I had another student in a term last year. She was taking the course on Zoom, but she had in the evenings had to leave momentarily to take her children from one house to another because they're getting tutoring. Again, she could get up from the computer, go do that, come back, no problem. It was not embarrassing, not disruptive, none of that. I've had some students say, well, I can't join at 6 because we have a parent-teacher meeting or something. So Zoom has the option of recording, so I can certainly record classes if students tell me ahead of time. So in other words, it was very flexible for people's coming and going without being disruptive to the whole class. And then the other thing, whether it was asynchronous or synchronous, was that it was easier for students to arrange to meet with me outside of class if they need to discuss their assignments or their readings and that sort of thing. Because again, once I created this community building among the students and also with me, they were willing and able to connect with me, and again using Zoom or Teams or something like that. Okay, next slide. So to summarize, to strengthen online instruction in post-secondary, it's important to address the challenges. It's important to embrace the benefits. It's important to understand the different types of online instruction. And it's really important to focus on the pedagogical rather than technological considerations. That is, the technology must serve the pedagogy, not the other way around. The technology is a tool for teachers and instructors and students. And then regardless of the technology, regardless of technological options, the format, it's important to place emphasis on building community in online courses and programs. So that's community student to student, student to instructor, also among instructors in the university. So in other words, if I'm teaching an online course, somebody else teaching an online course, it's important for us to talk to each other, to share strategies, challenges, that kind of thing. So that kind of community is important. Then also students need to build community with university staff. For example, we have a librarian, we have a library, and we have a librarian dedicated to our faculty. So I help students connect with our librarian in order to find resources, for example, but also connecting with staff in other aspects of the university as well. In other words, building community is really important. So those are my comments on online instruction. Now, building from this last point with regard to building community, Amy's going to talk now with you about building community and other things related to supporting first-year students. So Amy, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ken. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. And thank you, Dr. Mahata, for inviting me to present a little bit of my PhD research. So about 4 years ago, I was noticing a trend in our university classrooms. I've been teaching in the business administration program, and my colleagues and I had noticed that year after year, there could be anywhere from a 15 to 20% of group of the students that wouldn't continue from their first year to their second year. And of course, we thought, well, there's probably a variety of reasons for this. Could be financial reasons, could be not knowing what they wanted to take as a career. So therefore, maybe choosing a different program or wanting to take some time off to work. Just could be a variety of reasons. And we really didn't know why students weren't, or this group of students weren't continuing from first year to second year. And I happened to notice that the data that was gathered for maritime public universities, and those are universities that are public institutions in the provinces of New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island, the 3 provinces on the east coast of Canada. So data had been gathered from these universities, and it had also shown an average of 17% of students were leaving after their first year. And even a bit more startling than that was that only 41% of those students who were beginning their degrees were finishing them within the regular 4-year period. And this was about the time that I was looking at my PhD program, and I knew that I wanted to study something in the area of mentorship. But I realized after seeing this statistic and also noticing what we were struggling with in our own classrooms, that before I could really understand how to mentor students well, we needed to understand how we could engage our students and keep them in the classrooms. And so as I started looking at this information, I noticed that this was not just a trend on the east coast of Canada. Similar results were coming across Canada, throughout the United States, throughout Europe, Australia, and in fact, countries around the world will report attrition rates up to 50%. So it is a significant problem, and I felt something that would make a good research study. So again, obviously you're always trying to figure out what's causing the problem. And what I've noticed through a lot of the literature is that students are finding it difficult to cope in university. They're either feeling they don't belong, they're feeling like they don't have the resiliency to meet the challenges that they're facing, not just within the classroom, but often in their environment. There's a lot of external influences that are providing pressures that maybe students didn't have before. Of course, we know that depression and anxiety have increased, and in fact, they've increased significantly since the pandemic. And what students will often do with these this mental pressure or this mental distress is that they will escape. They will avoid maybe an assignment, they'll avoid a class, and sometimes they'll avoid a course altogether, and they'll just drop out because that's how they're dealing with this distress that's going on cognitively. When I was looking, again, considering this, I thought, what do we need to look at? And so there were 4 areas that I felt needed to be studied, considered, as we were trying to think about this whole idea of why students weren't staying the course. Excuse me. And the first area was the first year experience. That is that whole idea of what students experience when they are transitioning to university, and then all of the different changes that are taking place within that first year, and how the university or post-secondary institution, college, can come around them with supports, with services, with programming. I also looked at transformational learning, which I think is what we all want our students to achieve when they come to higher education. We want them to be different than when they entered, that they learn things, they grow in areas that is a complete distinction from where they were when they entered our institutions. And then student engagement, that whole idea of really connecting with the community, as Ken mentioned, idea that they're mentally, effectively, emotionally, and of course they're engaging in the right actions and behaviors as well. So that 3-part component of student engagement, both what they think, what they feel, and how they behave. And then, of course, how do we continue to mentor them, guide them, support them through this mentorship? We understand that this is the way that we can come alongside our students and help them stay the course, give them support socially, give them support, again, mentally, but also give them support in making good steps towards completing their degree. So these were the 4 areas that I felt needed to be considered, which led to the 3 research questions of, I wanted to understand why students are choosing to stay in university and post-secondary, how effective we're being as institutions to help students achieve not only their academic, but also their social goals, because if they only had academic goals, they would likely not choose a community environment to achieve their coursework. They would likely maybe just do it on their own through programs, but when they come to our institutions, they also have social and community building goals as well. And I wanted to see how can we effectively help them with that. And third, what elements needed to be included in an effective mentorship program. So discovering what motivates them to stay, how we can encourage them in achieving their objectives, and then how can we support them throughout their journey, throughout their years with us. Based on this understanding, I came up with a conceptual framework of engagement. I felt, again, in what I was reading and what I was seeing in the classroom, that there really was this 3-component process of getting a student engaged in the classroom. It had to have a focus on cognitive, on what they were thinking. It had to have a focus on their affective, their feeling, and then, of course, on their behavior. And if you notice here in this Venn diagram, when you see the 3 areas coming together, if only 2 areas are coming together, then it's not as effective. Or at least this is what I was conceptualizing, that if we were really focusing just on what students think and feel and not giving them that encouragement and those frameworks to make positive steps, then they probably would have this sense of immobility. They wouldn't know how to move forward. Likewise, if we only focused on the feeling and the behavior, then they might make some rash decisions. They might feel and then do, but not, again, processing it cognitively. And then if they chose to if we really focus more on the academic, the thinking, the strengthening their mental capacity and giving them ideas of how to move forward, but didn't bring in that strong community feeling of belonging to it, then likely they would feel detached from their community and therefore maybe permanently detach themselves in this sort of escapism model that we see happening. Whereas in the center, I believe if the 3 come together and if we have a focus in how we lead higher education, then I feel like it can be engaging, it can be integrated, and it can be transformative. So this was the framework that I was working from as I began my PhD. Or research study, I should say. So as I mentioned, the 4 areas that I was looking at, the first year experience, transformation, engagement, and mentorship, there were areas that really resonated in each one of those. For the first year experience, the whole idea of the transition from, it's a significant transition for students. They're going from adolescence to adulthood. They're going from dependence to independence, and they're going from financial security a lot of times to financial debt. So a huge transition just in that first year from high school to post-secondary. Of course, issues of socialization, they're leaving the family unit and they're seeking out attachment in their new environments. And if they don't seek positive attachment, that can have a significant effect on the way they socialize. And then just the stress of achievement. We know that the academic rigor is higher from high school to post-secondary. And so that stress in trying to meet those demands, and not just meet the demands of post-secondary, but meet the demands that every different professor might put out in their coursework. In the idea of transformation, just the whole idea of understanding that if there's going to be a change, it means that they have identified that there's a problem with where they're at. There needs to be growth. There needs to be new understanding in order to have that transformation. And the community really needs to come around them to help support that new behavior, that new transformation. But of course, within that community, there are influences, and then outside of that community, there are significant external influences, many online, as we are seeing most students now, even if they're not connected to an in-person community, they are most definitely connected to an online community. And there can be varying levels of positivity in that community for sure. In terms of engagement, a lot of the literature focused on on that whole idea of being, belonging, and becoming. So feeling like you can be who you are, knowing that you belong where you are, and then having the ability to make steps towards becoming who you want to be in terms of a career choice, in terms of a calling. And for mentorship, strong focus on the importance of the relationship with mentorship. So not just having programs that are group programs, but understanding that importance of the peer-to-peer, as well as the professor to the student, as well as the advisor to the advisee. So the importance of developing trust, commitment, and goals within the relationship. Using an intervention that, again, focused on those goals, so is structured meeting times, structured activities, again, was something that I noticed increased the performance of the mentorship. And then noting that it is interdisciplinary. It's not just mentoring in the discipline that the student is in, but again, understanding that holistic idea of the different coursework that they are involved in, and understanding how that really works to develop the whole person. I put this quote here that thriving has often been misunderstood, that we've often thought of thriving just as academic success, but really it is about feeling like you belong, a sense of community, having that strong mental, psychological well-being, as well as being persistent and wanting to stay the course and graduate. So what I chose in terms of my primary research was I did a case study. I used a maritime small private institution, and I wanted to figure out why students were choosing to stay. I had a few desired outcomes. I was hoping to figure out what intrinsic and extrinsic motivators might encourage students to stay the course. Also wanted to examine what kind of thoughts and feelings might discourage staying and encourage escapism. And then figuring out what does it actually mean for a student to be engaged in their academic program. I did both quantitative and qualitative data collection. So on the quantitative side, I surveyed this first year student group, the year 2021-2022, from September to, excuse me again, to August. And I surveyed them 4 times throughout the year, halfway through their first semester, at the end of their first semester, halfway through their second semester, and then at the end of their second semester. I had varying response rates, as you see there. It was a much better response rate first off. So 6 weeks in, I had the most data, and then it kind of petered off. The reason for this, I believe, is I did the first survey in person, and I was there to explain the study, and then I left the room and we passed out print surveys for them to fill in. The other 3 surveys, because there wasn't a time to bring all of the first year students together during different times of the year, I chose to do them online. Of course, there was it was up to the students whether they felt motivated to complete the online surveys, but still was able to gather a good amount of data to make some so to draw some conclusions, I should say. So the surveys assess those 4 areas that I was looking at, asking questions for the first year experience on how they felt, thought, and what they planned to do or what they had done within the first year, based on their response to the programming that was taking place. So in every first year, for every first year student at this particular institution, they would go through an introduction to university course. They would have academic advising, they would have extracurriculars, they would have coursework that they would do. So just a variety of programming. And I wanted to understand what they were feeling and thinking and how they were behaving in all those areas. For transformational learning, I was trying to assess their change in confidence, their change in ability, capability, and how they were working towards their pursuits. For student engagement, again, I was looking at those feelings and thoughts and actions about being, belonging, and becoming. And for retention, just wondering if they were going to maintain state. I also did a qualitative study where I interviewed 13 employees at the institution, those who were involved in academic teaching, advisement, mental health, student life, and various other areas throughout the institution. Quickly, insights from the quantitative methods was this whole idea of how students felt differently about feeling welcome. High percentages of the students felt very welcome on campus, felt that staff and faculty appreciated them, felt that they wanted them there. But in terms of knowing that they mattered, knowing that they were making a difference, or that if they weren't there, that they would be noticed, that would be noticed, that was much lower. Around the 50% to 60% of students felt they actually mattered. So that was interesting. Feeling welcome versus knowing that they mattered was just because someone felt welcome on campus did not know that they actually mattered to the institution or to others. Another insight was that having positive feelings and thoughts did not necessarily lead to behavior. It was interesting that we would ask them how they felt about what they were experiencing and what they were thinking about it. All very high marks, 90% response and positively. But when it came to, will you meet with your advisor? Will you join an extracurricular? Will you connect with your university community? Much lower, in the 40 to 50% of students were saying they would actually take those steps. So there was a disconnect there. It was really eye-opening to see that the majority of the first-year students wanted access to academic resources like tutoring and help with writing papers. Traditionally, there had been a small portion of students that needed what might have been looked at as extra help, but now it's overwhelming actually. More than 75% of students are seeking that extra help, extra support, and so needing to make those academic resources available, and also being able to respond to academic accommodations, different learning styles. There was a lack of connection for students within those first 6 weeks. They weren't necessarily making the connection between their degree program and what they wanted to do in the future. And so the research shows if they can't make a connection to what they're going to do after their degree, then they will likely leave their degree program. They'll feel stress about not knowing what the future holds for them, and therefore will probably disengage. And then finally, students in this particular first-year group felt empowered in their education, but didn't feel like they had any say in how the institution moved forward. And so because of that, there was a lack of connection to the overall community. In insights from the qualitative methods, so these were the surveys with the staff and faculty, what they were saying was that they felt a welcoming environment needed to have both affirmation and celebration, as well as provision of resources. So they were understanding this idea of the holistic student, and knowing that they needed to be encouraged as much as they needed to have the provision of space and activities and good learning materials as well. There was also staff and faculty felt that there needed to be a better understanding of the organization itself, the purpose of higher education, the pace of it, how it's different from high school, understanding of policies and regulations in order for for people to be on the same page, students and faculty. The importance, again, of holistic health, that it's not just the academic, but the relational, the mental, the emotional, the physical, and the spiritual. Students are looking for it all to be provided by their higher education facility. And when one area is lacking in their life, it shows in the other areas. And then finally, for the fourth and the fifth, a desire for structured objectives when it came to teaching, mentoring, advising, and also a desire for some objectives when it comes to expectations of service, understanding calling, and preparing for career. So I know our time is running out here, so I'm going a bit quick, but hopefully we'll have some time to have some questions at the end. But as I brought these insights together, so on the left side, you'll see the insights from the questionnaires, which was with the student group. And then on the other side, you'll see the themes that were gathered from the staff and faculty. I was delighted to see that there was a connection. And it really shows us an area that we need to understand better moving forward. But this whole idea of welcoming versus mattering, I think has also a lot to do with this idea of staff and faculty need to set structured objectives, and students need to be part of that structure so that they don't just see that they're there to, be welcomed, learn the information, but that there are steps to move forward positively. And in those steps and in that meeting and in that mentoring and in that relationship developing, that they will know that they matter, not just feel welcome. The whole idea of the thinking and the feeling together does not necessarily produce a positive behavior. That was really brought out again on the staff and faculty side, that realizing that it does have to be holistic in nature, looking at all components. And if one component is lacking, if there's no focus in it, then likely others will suffer. The importance of academic resources for the students, again, was echoed on the side with the staff and faculty, that there needs to be better provision of those resources, but not just textbooks and case studies and articles and lectures, but also space and time and activities to experience the information together with the professor and together with the students. Connection of degree and calling on the student side, needing to make that connection really in their first year, and then again allowing them, providing the support for the students to identify what they could do, what are their goals, what are their values, what are their capabilities, and how do those join with what they're studying to lead to something that could produce a meaningful career where they could benefit society and grow and develop themselves. And then finally, students felt again this sort of lack of influence on the institution, and institutions were saying there's this lack of understanding about us, about what it means to be a university student, a university citizen. And so needing to provide greater understanding in those areas. So finally, some recommendations. If I go back to my conceptual framework on the affective engagement, the cognitive engagement, and the behavioral engagement, really just came up with or identified that there needs to be improved university communication in terms of the affective. In terms of the cognitive, there needs to be more strengthening of reinforcement, of assessment, and also rewarding assessment, and feeling like students are celebrated, their achievements are celebrated, and when they aren't able to achieve, that there are assessment there to help them take the positive steps towards achievement. And then, of course, on the behavioral side, to create structured activities that connect with the learning so that they can be in relationship with others academically as well as socially, learn from them, and make those positive steps forward. For this institution, there were specific ways in light of the programming that they already have, but just overall, these were the areas that I felt needed to have the focus, because there is a growing attrition rate in the maritime provinces, but also across the world. And it's clear from the research that we do need to have programming that focuses not only on producing positive feelings and thoughts, which are so key, but also that will encourage positive action. So I really feel that the three of these combined, if we can focus on all three of those areas, our students will stay the course, they will be transformed, they'll engage with their learning, and they will likely pursue careers and contribute to the society around them. thank you for this time to share a bit of what I have been studying these last few years. And I'm going to hand it back over to Ken to see if there might be any discussion or questions. Thank you.
Okay, Bobby, are there questions from anybody in the room?
I sincerely thank Sir Cambridge and Madam Matt. The paper presentation, like it is really very useful, especially for the scholars who are, who have been enrolled and are underdoing their PhD work. Especially the methodology part, like the research design, it is really very interesting. I think even I myself have learned and could guide my scholars under me. It is very, very much useful even for me personally. Thank you so much. So I think there might be certain questions. If any questions, please raise your hand. Uh, I think if any question, Madam Hanlata, Wasat sir. The inputs are really very interesting. We just need to put those ideas into actions. So we will definitely try. And personally, like the design structure of research, I really enjoy. So I have taken note of it and will be applying it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. No question. I think you see, my faculty members, they might have certain questions, but then they might not raise it now. If in case they have, I will post it. I will write to you so that I think this research methodology part, it is so interesting. It cannot end there. There will be definitely, certain questions, certain clarification. So I believe you have been such a nice guy, Really. Thank you so much, sir.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Even Hamlata Madam will agree, definitely. Right, ma'am? Ma'am, please unmute yourself. Wasant sir, any questions, any clarification? Wasant sir, unmute yourself and say something. We want to hear you.
Yes, madam. I'm with you.
Yes, yes, we want to hear you. We're waiting for the next resource person. He hasn't joined us yet. So just wait for a while. Uh, since the two resource person has not joined us yet, I would like to request uh, Dr. Ritendra Roy, Associate Professor, St. James College, Kolkata, West Bengal, India, to give a brief feedback of the technical sessions that we have. But he will have to give once again for the two resource person. So please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible? Um,
Yes,
am I
sir. Yes,
audible?
sir.
Thank
Yes.
you, sir. Thank you, Professor. Today in this session, we had the first in this technical session number 3. The first speaker and the chairperson speaker was Dr. Glenn T. Martin, and Sir has presented his presentation mainly focusing on the need of the world constitution, and it was a very nice presentation and maybe a very thought provoking, I must say, as he mentioned why we need to have a world constitution and why we need to think over the narrow nationalism and we need to think about the world. I like that the way he quoted Sri Aurobindo to explain the importance of conscience in Bengali, which is known as Bibek, and he also emphasized on how to make the world civilized maturity for quality education by mentioning 4 I: inquiry, interpretation, integration, and the most important, according to him, was the last one, that is imagination. It was a really nice presentation by him, and at least for me, it is eye opening. The next presenter we had is Professor DC Nanda. Sir, in his own style, unique style, presented the importance of the important factor that has been discussed in the new education policy that we have in India, and also what are the key factors or measures, or you can say parameters, that need to be taken care of during NAC visit. Here I like to say a few points which I have noted, and also right now in my college, I am also one of the member in the IQSC, and I know the challenges we are facing. And he mentioned correctly that every institution should have a vision and followed by the mission, and we should have an institutional development plan. We should have the plan for our next 5 years, 10 years. At the same time, he mentioned that we need to keep record of what we have done. That's very important. We are doing so many things, but we are not keeping the record. So that's a very important factor mentioned by him. And he also emphasized on some key factors like equity, inclusiveness, and quality of the education. He emphasized on making the curriculum flexible and adaptive, uh, having a strong alumni association. That's very important, which I am understanding in my college, and taking care of the students who are marginalized, taking care of the students who are poor, backward, and also slow learners. So these are the important points he mentioned, and also he mentioned about the EDC initiatives that is taking in EDC these days are taking care of and giving notice to us, like including Indian knowledge system in our curriculum, whether in higher education. That's a very important point. Every higher education institution should taken care of in different way, curricular or other activities. Uh, he also mentioned about what NAC will see, NAC will come to see in your institution, like what the things you have done for your students progression, like for their placement, for their higher studies, and their success rate in the competitive exam. So having a good rapport and communication with your ex-students is also important, which I have understood from his lecture. So this is what I found the reflection in me from his lecture, and it is very. He mentioned very important points. The next presentation we had on the by Professor Dr. Jignesh B. Patel, Associate Professor and Head, Children's University, uh, Gandhinagar. It was the first time I am listening to the professor, and it is very nice presentation. It was very compact, systematic, organized presentation. Sir used the PowerPoint presentation for that, and it is very useful, I must say. I like the lecture because personally I able to link with that. Sir mentioned the term that is techno-pedagogical content knowledge, which is very important in these days in teacher education. Sir lectures was on the transformation of Indian education system through digitalization for quality higher education, and he started with the lecture with the change of the role of the teacher, what it was and what it is and what it's going to be. Sir has mentioned these points. I like the words I mentioned, and I have noted down that don't be trapped by technology, use it judicially. This is very important for all of us, the teacher, the prospective teachers, the future teachers, and also for us, the teacher educated. Those who are sitting in my previous college, and here is also for me. This is very important. Don't be trapped by the technology. Use it judicially, and also we need to make our students to learn it. Those who are the future teachers. He mentioned about various important key factors, key points, which we should take care of, like gamification. Maybe many of us don't know this, but as I used to teach it, I know it very important these days. And there is various learning apps he mentioned, like Edmodo, and many of the apps we are using these days. He mentioned the various storage of the cloud. That's very informative. And also, he mentioned about the what are the government initiatives. Maybe some of us know this, but not all. So that's why his lecture was very, very important. I feel, and with the concept, with the topic that he has discussed, maybe it is enlightenment for all of us. So I'm not going to mention again the government initiatives he mentioned. This already we have heard that, like Swayam Prabha, Shodh Ganga 3, E-Pathshala, E-Gyan Kosh. Uh, then we had the presentation of our own Dr. Vikramjit Singh. Um, in During my MA days, I got him as my teacher. He's also my senior in RI Bhubaneswar, and the Dr. Vikramjit Singh has talked about the reformation of reforms in practice have taken care of or recommended in the new education policy. He talked about the vision of the new policy. He talked about the key principles. So I'm not going details of that. Very rightly, he mentioned about the what is the expectation that about gross enrollment ratio (GER), which is presently at 25%, and to make it 50%. Uh, he talked about what are the action could be taken to reform the higher education. In my word, I can say moving from Niti to Rononiti in Bengali. That is, we know the policy, but how to make it in practice, that's very important. And he mentioned quite a good point for that. Like, really like the point that is, every higher education institution should open a NEP cell. That's a very nice recommendation, suggestion by Dr. Vikramjit Singh. And he also mentioned that that a higher education institution should able to utilize the fund they are receiving. That's very important, and that we are not doing at different causes. Maybe there are different causes for that, but it should be done. It was a very nice presentation. And another point which I really like about that, he mentioned about what the problem the vocational education students are facing, and what are the suggestion or proposal we can say proposed by new education policy to fix that. It's very important, and these points has been raised by him. So at all, we can say that it was a very nice presentation, very informative and organized. The after the lunch break, we had a presentation by Dr. Ken Brand from Canada, um, and the presentation is on the online learning in post-secondary education, where he first tried to explain the concept asynchronous and synchronous learning. We know this is part of our syllabus, so we deal with that. And but further, he mentioned the challenges faced during online instruction, the challenges faced by the students, the challenges faced by the instructor, the and the negative perception of online instruction among the people. He talked about the pedagogical and technological support in using technology. That also a challenge, and we are facing challenge in building a community. How the students feel connected with their classmate, their instructor during online courses. He mentioned these challenges. After mentioning the challenges, he also mentioned the benefits of the online instruction, both asynchronous and synchronous, and they are very nicely explained with examples, which is very simple. In very simple examples, he have given us a very explain the very complex terms. Like flexibility, students are getting, that's the one benefit. Students in asynchronous learning, students are allowing to get their getting fair chance, and they're allowed to go through variety or wider range of learning material from it can be audio, it can be video. He also mentioned certain important benefits of synchronous online courses, the instructor has a scope to use variety of materials like YouTube videos, screen sharing of the journal articles. He can the instructor can highlight the important words. So these are the benefits he mentioned, and then which I personally like most, I should mention that Sir emphasized on the technology. Sir emphasized that technology must serve the pedagogy. Technology must serve the pedagogy, not pedagogy should serve the technology. That's a very important point I found, and I'm going to use it in my classroom. And why it should be technology should be the servant of pedagogy, not the vice versa. I really like that. After his presentation on this online instruction and the challenges, benefits of it, we had a very nice presentation by Miss Amy MacArthur on her PhD thesis based on the problem that supporting the students' success in their first year of university. Actually, she found that around 17% of the students leave the university on their first year of their 4 years course in a particular university she mentioned of Canada, and she designed a research. She already done that. She presented, and I like that she has mentioned it's a very different kind of research design. Already it is praised in this meeting, so I'm not going in details of that, but it's also give, at least to me, a new way of thinking about the research and designing my research. So this is all the presentation that we had, and in all I can say that it is going to be useful for all of us as a teacher educator and the prospective teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajendra. But you will have to wait for a while again because another resource person will be joining us after 5 minutes. Like, so you will have to wait. Okay, and Professor Dr. Pradipta Kumar Mishra will say a few words relating to this seminar. So, yeah, he will be there just within a minute.